All right, we got the original trio back today. Kyle, John, Corey. We got young Caleb, the FNG / the Prospect, whatever you want to go by.
Diablo.
El Diablo. It's a Mexican fighting chicken, right?
According to Ricky Bobby. So we got the studio switched around. We're still looking to move soon, but for the time being, we at least got some things rearranged.
Got a little echoey mic.
Yeah, we're using an echoey mic today, so we just want to demonstrate this is what it will sound like when we get a new board and everyone's microphone is like mine. But because we have 3 guys on the desk today, we have to use a super loud echoey mic that's picking up all hella kinds of echo. So it's so frustrating. I almost forget. Like, I know it doesn't sound good, but when I turn it down and hear just mine, it sounds...
Yeah. There's just like a white noise. It's like the
Yeah.
AC or something on it.
Yeah, too much.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure out our transition buttons and stuff too.
Yeah, we're learning. It's episode 4, for God's sake. So, what's new with you guys? Where were you last weekend? Where'd you go? Cuba?
I was on, Cuba for a float trip.
Not Colombia?
It's Cuba, Missouri.
Yeah, we kept wondering. We're like, he did mean Missouri, right?
No.
You're like, I'm in Cuba this weekend. Shit.
Well, Cuba and Colombia are both
That's what
different
I said.
countries, so...
Yeah. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but yeah, they are.
I was not in Cuba. I was not in Colombia. I was still here
In Cuba.
in Missouri.
Missouri, yes.
There's a meat shop in Cuba. It's pretty good.
What's it called?
I don't know. It's the only building in Cuba.
If you were running a meat
Is
shop,
that the one that's attached to the mortuary?
Yeah, I think so.
Your
Pardon?
house is our sauce.
okay.
It's pretty good.
He said, I don't give a shit what it was.
He goes, I don't know what he said. I'm just...
He's like, "It's
meat shop
good."
is pretty good.
How is it? Any stories? Did you get jacked up?
Yeah, I think
To
I
the
broke
memories
my
valley.
nose.
For real?
Yeah, I got drunk, tried to jump into the float, slid right across it, and bashed my face into a cooler.
Sounds right.
This one's kind of dark too. May have inadvertently gotten somebody that worked there fired.
Oh no, what'd you do?
Okay, so this campsite had a bar on site. Well, me and my sister's fiance, we walked over and we went to the bar. Well, the night before, people that we were camping with on our campsite kept calling, complaining about the guys that were fishing down in the river being too loud. They weren't bothering me. What was bothering me was the Cummins that the guy that was coming to tell them to quiet down, how loud his truck was. He was sitting at the bar. We're sitting there. I said, that was my campsite. I'm sorry for that. You want to get them back, drive us back after we're done drinking, rev your engine. He took that to mean, let me go down there, do donuts by the river, and just stand on the accelerator pedal. I'm telling you now, when I say everyone in the campsite was running towards our campground, everyone.
Like pissed?
Yes, it was 2:30.
No, to get his autograph.
It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
Dude, sick moves.
It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'm torn on that. I've never been on a float trip, but on the one hand, if you're at a float trip,
Where did you go?
how much sleep are you expecting?
Bass.
I'll tell you guys, but I don't want to say it on here. Just because I don't want the guy to see it. And
Oh, that's a dickweed that got me fired.
fucking asshole.
Well, I just said it, so my bad.
The odds go
It
up.
wasn't bass.
Okay.
The odds go up that he finds it. Like, it's not likely, but the odds go up if someone
Yeah.
mentions it.
The odds are no longer 0.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to... It snuck up on me. I'm flying into Denver Wednesday, this Wednesday, and then driving across Colorado to Moab, Utah, where I'm going to stay Wednesday night, Thursday and drive back across Colorado Friday morning and come back in Friday night.
I apologize.
So I'm leaving Wednesday morning and getting back Friday night. And in that time, I'm flying to Denver, driving across Colorado, driving back
Is
across
Denver
Colorado.
closer than Salt Lake?
Nope.
Why not fly into Salt Lake?
Well, now I know.
Oof. All right.
I always have pictured Salt Lake City further south than it is. Like, I always think it's like where like Las Vegas is where I picture it. I don't know why.
That's exactly where I picture. Is it not there?
It's further north. It's like north of where I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't think about it. Denver's cheap. Oh,
Look at
yeah.
this dude laughing like he's some fucking geographer.
You do realize that I've flown into both of those cities, right?
Okay.
And that I've been to both of those cities.
Excuse me,
We
Christopher
haven't.
Columbus.
My bad, bro.
I am the most traveled in this room, and you're gonna say, "Look at him like he's some geographer."
No, I did fuck up because somebody I was talking to that lives in Colorado, they were like, "What? Why don't you just fly into Salt Lake?" And
You
I'm
didn't
like,
fuck up, bro. You're trying to see the countryside.
"I do love Colorado.
Yeah.
I'm sure I would love."
Yeah.
Salt Lake.
Now I'm remembering why he's flying into Colorado.
Huh.
What's legal there that isn't legal here?
That's not why.
You look at him.
I'm not
you
gonna-
can't even keep a straight face.
I was like totally like, that's definitely not why. And then you said, that's not why. And I'm like, is it?
No,
That
no.
was a horrible, convincing answer.
I think I folded. You know how you can believe me is because of the reason. The last thing I want to do is blaze up and then drive a rental car 5.5 hours across the state.
Sounds like the best time.
Although when I thought about it, I did picture Robert Downey Jr. from Due Date when he wakes up and he sees like the guy's the bear and he's like,
Just don't mention to the people at the Enterprise that you're like, yeah, I'm coming from St. Louis. I flew in here to drive cross country because
You guys
they're going to think the same thing. He just thought
"Do you
he's
guys
like,
know any good shops?" Like, no. No, it'll be cool though. I'm looking forward to it. I've never been there. It's right by where that chick went missing. Like,
Oh.
I think the same park.
don't talk about
Not with the one where they found her, but where they were.
Wait, they
Found her?
actually found her?
that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like in Wyoming or something like that.
Yeah, please don't start.
Why?
I've been to Wyoming.
Because Kelsey has been like nonstop obsessed with this shit. And I'm like, it's depressing and also just, I don't understand.
I don't know enough about it to talk about it.
Yeah.
So. I mean, I heard it. I've heard that.
You
she
talk
was-
about it, you're going to be teaching me what happened.
I'm going to give you the super short version because that's all that it should be.
Okay.
There was a couple, they were dating, engaged, whatever. They were trying to start like a blog or a vlog or a YouTube channel, something, documenting them. They had like some, one of those big, not like the huge vans, but bigger than a minivan. Kind of like the work vans with the small
Conversion
ones.
vans?
Yeah, kind
Yeah, it
of.
was a conversion van.
Yeah. But they were like living out of that and going camping in places like Moab and all over the place. And they lived in Florida, and the guy showed up back in Florida without her. And people were like, where is she? And he's like, my lawyers told me not to talk. And it's like, lawyers? What? And she was missing, so they went searching for her, and then he disappeared. No one could find him, and then they found her body in Wyoming. And now he's like
Ew.
out in the woods. His family said he went for like a nature walk or something.
As one does, and that's it.
I need to get my mind off things. Don't mind me. I'm gonna disappear into thousands of acres.
Florida? Or
No.
where is she now?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Thousands of acres.
No, she didn't go missing.
Motherfucker got
in
ate
Florida.
by
No,
a
she didn't go
The guy-
missing in
the
Florida.
guy.
Yeah, the guy who lived in Florida, he went back home, and I think someone said that his family lives like backs up to some natural park or something, some reservation area, something, and he just disappeared. But there was like maybe a week or two before she went missing. There was like the police in Moab, where I'm going. I think it was Moab, maybe it was somewhere in Colorado, somewhere around there. Released body cam footage. They had stopped them because he was going like 45 and a 20 or something stupid. And then it was like swerving, and they stopped him. And when they were asking her, she was crying, so they pulled her out of the car. There's like an hour and a half long body cam video of them talking to both of them. He had scratches on his face, and he's like, yeah, she was trying to get her phone or something like that. It was just like weird shit. So they sent the cops. They were like, it's not by law, we can't like force you to do this. But they put him up in a hotel for the night, sent her like to go sleep in the van somewhere, and the cop was just like, don't contact each other.
Seems like it should have been the other way around.
Lay low. Well, kind of. But the police report listed him as the victim.
I mean, I guess if you don't know what happens later, I guess.
Well, and she was crying and talking about she's got anxiety and OCD and all this stuff, and I don't know. But yeah, people are. It was when he was talking to the cops, especially in retrospect, it looks very Chris Wattish. You know, the guy who doffed his whole family, and the police were talking to him. And he's like, "Oh man, they're missing." Yeah, I was trying to think of a delicate way to put it, but that's what he did.
Yeah.
But yeah, the police were talking to him, and he's just like, "Oh man, that is weird." But the guy kind of gave off the same vibe, although she was still alive at the time. But he seemed weird, like he was getting along, like being super hokey with the cops and stuff. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. When I said I don't want to talk, I don't mean to be insensitive. It's literally just depressing. Like,
but at the end of the day, all these details are only coming up because they're in the news. What basically happened is a chick went missing. The guy returned without her, without saying anything about it. Wouldn't talk, and now he disappeared, and now they found her body. It's like, okay, so I mean, unless something else crazy pops up, it looks pretty cut and dry, like a piece of shit guy. Like I think it's a slow news week. I mean, no one's talking about any other major news stories anymore. So,
as messed up as it sounds, I think people have watched like too many Netflix documentaries like Making a Murder and all that stuff, and I think they're like. I'm not trying to sound morbid, but that's really what people are treating us like. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to add mystery to it, and it's like it seems pretty cut and dry.
So I guess that's where I got to, because
like we don't know the details what exactly happened or why, but
yeah, like the press conference where they found a body and they were like telling people who it was, and it's like, okay, they found a body in the area she went missing, matched her ID, and nobody else was reported missing. It's
and
like,
their vehicle.
What do you think they're gonna say?
And their van was parked
Yeah,
nearby.
and everybody's like, "Oh, gotta see the press conference." I'm like, "What do you think they're gonna say?" Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but
Yeah, it seems like a huge
it sucks. I'm not
news
saying
story.
it's nothing. It's I hope they find I hope the authorities don't find him, and that girl's dad finds the guy. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, if justice is real, yeah, just let the dad find him in the woods,
Or maybe
and then the dad emerges from the woods, and he's like, "Yeah, it was weird. I found him back there with a gunshot wound in his head. I don't know what happened."
Self-inflicted.
Yeah, I found like 5 pieces of him in this swamp with the gators. I don't know.
He's got like 30 rounds unloaded into his chest, and he's like, "That's weird."
Full auto.
Hey, you know what? I think he's a piece of shit. Unless, like you said, there's some crazy thing that happened. But for now, he seems like a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's this. There have been news stories with super weird twists where, like, if we say this, then later it could be like shit. But
I'm glad
I
we
don't.
decided to keep this week lighthearted.
I don't see that happen. No, yeah, no shit. So anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to Utah.
When are you going?
Wednesday.
I'm leaving Wednesday and come back
Oh,
Friday.
really?
Yeah.
This week?
Yeah, like super soon.
Shit, okay.
I forgot about it until my boss asked me. He's like, "You're gone Wednesday, right?" I was like, "Oh shit, that's less than a week."
That's kind of high with Dallas. We're going to Dallas in October. I'm like, forgot. I didn't forget, but it came up fast.
You've been there twice. I haven't been there yet.
You've never been
Dallas
to
is so fun.
No, I haven't. We went to Houston. And then we went
You
to
didn't
Dallas.
go to the JFK thing.
Mm-mm.
Dallas
Ooh.
is cool.
I know.
It was
You guys
Jeremy
both
that was
went.
with us. I thought it was you.
No, I met you guys in Tulsa.
Oh, yeah.
On the way back.
Yeah, it's an awesome city.
I
Our
wanna go
aunt's
there.
dog got into the taffy.
Huh?
Remember when our aunt's dog got into the taffy and ate like
Oh,
2
yeah.
pounds of Laffy Taffy or something?
Yeah, and I drank some laxatives.
That's good for dogs. Laffy Taffy. What kind was it?
It was like the saltwater taffy, but like the homemade stuff. I don't know. We were in Fort Worth and we got a whole bunch of it.
I was just being stupid like banana or strawberry. But,
Oh.
no, so, like, so.
A bunch of salt.
Oh, I'd be pissed about that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I hope the dog's okay.
No,
but
that's what I'm pissed about.
that shit's not cheap.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, once the dog was okay, I'm like, so you guys, like, reimbursing us for the taffy? You're like,
Was it your taffy?
Yeah,
That someone else's dog ate?
it's
Yeah.
Jeremy's. Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. It's almost like you can't be too pissed, but you're kind of pissed.
Yeah, that's like, I'm not saying it's your fault, but it probably shouldn't have happened.
Like, why is your dog on vacation?
Dog.
Oh, shit.
They let us stay there for free, and we're like, yeah, you can just pay us back.
You remember, like, the beginning of Super Troopers? Where the guy was, like, just shoveling the weed because the cops are behind him. They're like, eat it all. He's eating the whole bag. And then the cops leave, and he's like, man, that was like $80 worth of weed you just ate. And you're like, oh, no. And he's like, yeah. So if you just give me, like, $80, whatever.
Let's do like $100 worth of shrooms, like $80 worth of pot. Who's the man? Who's the man?
I love that movie.
Movie, bro.
No, I really want to. The JFK thing sounds awesome. That's the thing you got me that DVD from.
I'm going in depth this time.
They make it, I feel like that would take at least a full
You
day.
could dedicate a whole day to it easy.
I'd probably a couple.
Well, we're only going for 4 days.
You can walk over and
Just
see
do
if
one.
it's possible from that grassy knoll.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, I've already been to the grassy knoll spot. I went to the X in the street where he was shot.
Yeah.
I saw it, but Mom didn't let me go out in the road.
Yeah.
I
Why?
was like little.
Yeah, he
It
was
was
Nah.
smaller.
Is there a clear shot from that grassy knoll?
Huh?
Oh, for sure. I've seen that before. Yeah, they show it. You
Oh,
definitely could
I
have.
was lining it up like a kicker and feeling all like the wind.
I watched some documentary about it, and this guy went, and they didn't say this, but honestly, like if you're trying to do something like that, the grassy knoll looks like a smarter spot because there was like a fence, and like the other side of the fence was like an industrial area. Like there's like a train track, like what do they call it? The switching stations, like where they switch the tracks, and yeah, there's like stuff like that, but that's it. Like it was if a big thing's going on in town, that would be empty, like because it was a big industrial park type area. I was like, it seems to make more sense because this guy was like down behind the fence, popped up, took a shot, and could have gone back down.
Which guy?
Well, I don't know. Whichever one would have shot from the grassy knoll.
See, I watched a documentary where they pretty much summed it up as it was Secret Service.
100%.
It was a whoops.
Oh, like an accidental one?
Yeah. So
He's just shaking.
So if these two are lined up, we'll say he's Kennedy, and he's it was the governor, wasn't it?
Something like that.
All right. So the M16 that the Secret Service had was in the front seat. Front seat, passenger side. He was the only one to turn his weapon in, missing one round, and it needed to be cleaned because it had recently been fired. If you follow that trajectory, it could have gone through his shoulder, ricocheted, and through Kennedy's head.
Possibly.
So that, I don't know, I watched that.
Weren't there like 3 shots on Kennedy though?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's more than one shot.
But if Lee fired one,
What are the odds that Lee fired one and the Secret Service guy's gun just happened to go off at the same time?
he reached for it after that one went off.
Oh, I see what you're
Well,
saying.
you didn't explain that. How would I have known that?
No, you didn't. But
Okay.
I see what you're saying. Like bang, and he's like, oh shit, and grabs it, and it goes off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's plausible.
it was super quick though. Like how quick are this guy's reflexes?
Secret
Yeah,
Service
but
are gonna be pretty
there were
good.
3 shots. So pop,
It.
pop.
I'm not
Bam.
arguing. I'm just trying to understand. Wouldn't his rifle need to be pointed like at his own chest for all this to work?
He was
Or-
he was walking next to the car. He reached into the car because it. sat
Oh,
next
it's like
to
hidden in
door.
the car.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I'll find that one in there. I'll bring it in.
Corey's gonna get to the bottom of it. He's like, this has been a mystery long enough. I
Give me
got
a day
this.
in Dallas. I'll figure this
It's
out.
gonna be a Kryptik exclusive.
That's right. I was just thinking. I'm like, It's gonna be a really fun episode.
Oh, dude, I wish I was
phone in
going.
while I'm there, or I can just wait till I get back.
We could film the shit.
Film what?
Like you go in there. It'd be so
Kryptik.
fun to like have a camera there and do like an on location thing.
Like a vlog thing?
Yeah, kind of.
That would be
Except,
fun.
oh damn. The next best thing. When are you going?
October 13th through the 17th.
Okay, because last week you wanted to talk about conspiracy theories.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
But John wasn't here, and I kind of ruined it.
Well, I ruined it, and then you ruined it also.
Wait, are we going to conspiracy theories this week?
No,
not
what
this
I was
week.
going to say is for October, for Halloween,
Ooh.
just everyone, scary stories, supernatural, conspiracy theories.
Ooh.
Could be
I
some
like it.
fun.
Are we really spitballing our ideas while we're supposed to be entertaining these fine people?
Well, we need to get feedback on what
Yeah,
we want
no.
to see.
Yeah, you guys let us know if you want to see conspiracies and paranormal and all that. We went the one night. Was that one we didn't post? Telling like scary stories. It was the last like practice run when we were talking about
Siren.
our experiences.
Ooh, Siren Head.
Yeah, how'd that sound go?
Okay, we have to have someone else on who, like, besides us. That way we can retell our stories and we're not just talking to each other again. But if we have someone else on, because we told some scary stories, and if we just tell each other, it's stupid. But
that was also a practice one. That one never got aired.
right, but I'm saying like we've all heard like it.
Oh, true.
Yeah, then we're just
Yeah, but
repeating.
there's so much to go into.
Yeah,
Well, there
especially if
definitely
you
is.
dive into the deep,
Well, if you made
the deep website of creepypasta, there's a million.
We can do some fun stuff.
if you did a podcast for just that, you could fill up a couple hours. Of stuff.
Yeah, people have full podcasts where the only thing
Yeah,
they're
We
Yeah,
could go
kick-ass
live on
podcast
Twitch
where we have
and
shit.
all day Sunday, which is Halloween. 8
Well, not
hours.
all day.
Oh,
That's game 4, baby. But no, and you know, I'll give the ideas away because the thought that I had was if Ty brings his stuff where we don't need like to be in here, like because you know how he's talking about how portable it is.
Mhm.
Like I say, we go on the back deck with those lights
Ooh.
if it's not too cold or anything.
You know, we could do it at my place
Ooh, that's a good idea too.
around a bonfire.
ooh.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
That'd be fun.
Bro. Oh no, we had a Halloween special
We could do it the night before, Saturday night.
or Friday. I mean, it takes a
Yeah,
couple
or
days
Friday.
to air because you wouldn't want to post it after Halloween anyway.
True.
But like I said, I was thinking all October though. We could just kind of
We can
dive
make
into.
October the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Spooky season.
I love
All
fall,
about-
dude.
Yeah, fall's the shit.
I fucking love all of it.
I don't trust anybody's favorite season.
I just love fall because everything's dying.
Decay.
I hate spring. Everything comes
The
back
weather's
to-
perfect.
Well, from a racer's point of view, summer's the best. But
To be clear,
What?
it's a racers, not a
Oh,
racist.
racer. I definitely heard from a racist
Not a
point of view.
In this microphone, I swear, I thought he said from a racist point of
Oh,
view
no.
at first. Like, whoa!
Caleb is unsuppressed.
Welcome to the show,
What's the
Jesus.
thing about being a racist?
We just love fall.
He's right because the track is stickier in the summertime. But when you get an intercooler, fall and early spring is the best.
You guys could talk about car stuff all night because I have no clue.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been shying away from it because I know that you two would sit here and go, well, me and him just.
Well, if I'm not
banter.
allowed to talk about sports, then we don't need to go on cars.
Well,
Yeah,
to
but
dive
two
in,
of us
but-
agree on this one.
Tell me,
So we can talk about the Cardinals in a 14-game year, but
Okay, you guys go ahead and talk about that. So, what engine you
let's
got?
just go across the entire time. That wouldn't be annoying at all. No, seriously, he's buying a truck. Would you say tomorrow morning?
tomorrow, yeah, it's
What kind of truck?
1985 Silverado.
He's a Ford guy. Don't take that.
Well, that makes sense.
Not sure what that meant.
I don't know either, but
He's like, yeah, he kind of seems like a dick.
yeah, I figured that out pretty much as soon as I walked in. But yeah.
So, which one of these am I drinking tonight?
Let's go, baby.
Check this out.
That's
So,
new rum?
yeah,
Mississippi.
I told you about it.
No, Megan said that you guys had a new rum.
Oh yeah. So last weekend we went over into Collinsville, Illinois. I didn't realize that was like such a historic town. Like they have like a whole like Old Town and like big story and like
I didn't know that.
I didn't. Yeah, it was kind of cool. But anyway,
Wait, is it like the Ville of some guy named Collins?
Yeah. No, it is. Like they were talking about the Collins family or Collins or something like that. I was like, oh, I mean, this whole place had this whole story about it. There was they were like, I'm going to butcher the hell out of this story. I'm not even going to try. Something about like only certain people were allowed to make alcohol there. And in the paper, it was worded like, there shall be no ardent spirits. And so they named their company Ardent Spirits.
Good call.
But so the restaurant or building, store, whatever it was, the bar, restaurant, really good food, was called Old Herald. And it was like, I didn't get to read enough about it. I'm assuming the building itself was like where the newspaper used to be. It's clearly like used to be an old industrial building. It had like exposed like the wood floors above and stuff. Yeah, it was really cool, but they did a really nice job. Little details, man. Like all the tables had their logo engraved on the corner and stuff. Like really well done. But so yeah, their brand of spirits is Ardent Spirits, but the restaurant's called Old Herald. We got a pretzel that was like bigger than my whole head. I think best pretzel I've ever had.
But better than Auntie Anne's?
Yes.
No,
it was.
No, that's
not
not
the
possible.
sour cream and onion.
That is not possible.
It was okay. You know, like the soury taste of a pretzel,
Yes.
like the sourdough kind of
Yeah.
taste. Oh, it was spot on.
Is
You
there
got
any
that?
dip?
They had like mustard and cheese.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah. So, was it better than Wetzel's?
I don't know.
If,
Not on my
if it
radar.
was better than Auntie Anne's, it was definitely better than
So
Wetzel's.
I was saying
Auntie Anne's is a high bar to beat.
I'm not even joking. They're good pretzels.
Yeah.
They really are. They're
See,
good
and
mall
I
pretzels.
I kind of put them over Gus's.
Yeah. No, I do too.
Don't get me wrong, I like Gus's, but
I know that seems like St. Louis blasphemy, but
It is.
oh, it totally is.
I think this is better.
He's out of line, but he's right.
no, they're good. But
I mean,
they should.
I was gonna say if you can go to Auntie Anne's and get like a hot dog and a pretzel.
You can.
Now, to be fair, that hot dog is like the little Oscar Mayer wiener.
Yeah.
They're garbage. But
That's a lot of rum.
ahoy. It's not spiced, so it's really easy drinking.
Really?
Yeah.
This is coming from the dude who drinks gasoline all fucking day.
Shut up.
But
I was talking about him, not you.
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
I was talking about his
drink.
whiskey.
I went with the rum, though. Have you guys ever seen Pirates of the Caribbean?
Oh, jeez.
What is the Pirates of the Caribbean? I mean, like the ride at Disney World.
I was giving him shit because I had never watched a full one.
Yeah, me neither, probably.
Oh, you do it. I went on a kick last week. I watched Pirates of the Caribbean every night of the week. I was like, these are so good. No? That was a face.
It's definitely there. Oh, are we still recording?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. You know, last time you pushed a button.
Thought we were cheers, but
Oh, here.
No.
oh
my
that's
God.
You're next to the mic.
Tap.
I like how me and him tap
And then you
just
clink.
clink.
well, you tapped after.
We
I
gotta
did.
fix these mics. It'll be so much better.
Yeah,
It's
she's
definitely different than whiskey.
Yeah.
she's red.
It's real warm, man.
Yeah. It's good at that.
Is that some oaky notes?
It's got sort of an oaky afterbirth.
Second time. I didn't think I'd do him
I
again.
hate that he keeps saying that.
I'll never not say it.
I don't want to get too caught up in it because if you don't care, you don't care. But those Office Superfan episodes, if you like The Office, it's worth it. Huh? So The Office was on Netflix for years. They took it off because Peacock, NBC, NBC, yeah, got their own.
NBC.
Not ABC.
N.
What he
Right.
said.
Oh, I thought you said M as in Mike.
MSNBC. The Office?
NBC.
I don't.
And
NBC got their own streaming platform, Peacock,
yeah.
and I was reluctant to get it because I'm like, I'm not going to pay for another. Like, I don't care about anything on NBC other than The Office, so I'm not going to get it. But then they sweetened the pot. Genius, because it's the only way anyone was going to do it. They have superfan episodes, which is basically like 40 to 45 minute long episodes. It's the original show, but they added like a ton of deleted scenes and like clip stuff, so it's like a lot longer. And
Really?
yeah,
Could you knock that out in a week on a free trial?
Oh,
possibly.
Yeah.
Well, there's only 3 seasons on there right now, and I just started season 2. I don't get a lot of free time to watch. Huh? I'll watch like an episode and a half before bed. I always have to find where I fell asleep, rewind, find that. Then I finish that episode, start another episode, fall asleep. The next night I have to find
Just
where.
restart the one that you fall asleep in. And maybe
I
you'll
can't
make it through
rewatch
2.
the whole thing.
Maybe then you'll make it through 2.
Maybe. One day.
I think Hulu is a superior streaming app for that.
100%. Netflix is pretty much only good for the originals. Like, that's pretty much all they have
See,
anymore.
I've lost it with Netflix. I can't.
It just keeps getting worse and worse.
Not every group of friends has to have a gay friend. Not every group of friends.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I didn't even know what the hell you were talking about at first.
I can't.
Oh, that and the whole little
Every-
kid shit.
Yeah, and every goddamn show has to have at least 2 main characters that are gay.
Dude,
Not
Kelsey,
every fucking group of friends is
Kelsey-
like that.
Kelsey puts on these shows and she's like, oh, I just like them. I'm like, dude, this shit, like, I would rather just watch anything with this shit. It's so hard to watch.
Like I said, it's no disrespect on anybody that feels that way. It's just one of those I cannot stand watching. It feels like it's being force fed to.
It's more offensive because they're like,
over the top.
yeah. And they're very, like, not good at making the characters not stereotypical. Like,
Yeah.
I want a show for me about just a few guy friends who just do stupid shit.
Dude Perfect.
Jackass.
that's what I
That wasn't a shot at Dude Perfect. They do good shit. I guess they don't really do dumb shit. They do cool
No,
shit.
they do cool shit.
Yeah.
That's
Dude, You're Screwed.
I'm
is a
jealous.
pretty good one too.
Dude, You're Screwed.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know about this?
Hmm.
It's 4 or 5 survivalist experts.
Oh,
And
I
what they-
have seen this actually.
Yeah. And what they do is they kidnap one of them and throw them into an environment with like 3 items. And they have to use those 3 items.
What's that on?
I think it's Discovery, right?
I don't know. I've seen ads for it. I've never
Sounds
watched a
like
full
scary.
episode, but
But yeah, they got to survive like 72 hours, and you have to make it from here to this destination.
Oh, I checked that out for sure.
I could do that easy.
Watch it?
Do it.
Really?
Like they grabbed this one guy, and he was walking into the barber shop to get a haircut, and they grabbed him right before that.
I said they end the show there.
Huh?
I said they end the show there. There's someone minding their business and 3 guys grab them and throw them in the woods. There's your show.
Like they just grab him, throw him, they blindfold him, throw him in a van, and then take him.
You guys know what you're doing.
No.
After the way we started this episode, you guys are like, just grab somebody, blindfold them, throw them in a van, and throw them in the woods.
I'm still talking about how Dude You're Screwed works. Oh no,
Dude, I swear to God.
Oh no!
I thought you were
I
doing
just got it.
I was like, are you purposely being dark right now, or what are you doing? Like, this seems really insensitive, but... and you're like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Because you're like, yeah, just end the show. Just blindfold him, throw him in the woods. It's over.
It wasn't woods, it was a desert.
They do that too.
He's in the woods.
Yeah, there's this one episode they just like made this dude drive through Dallas and they just hid snipers everywhere.
Dude, you're screwed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
wow. I wonder how many people would have caught that only because Corey pointed it out.
I realized that as I was saying, like, should I say something? But, like, here's where I was. I was like, if I don't say something, he is joking. I can't let him get away with this. So.
I wasn't joking. I really forgot all about that conversation.
It's just...
You brought it up.
Apparently, that's
God.
I think how Knights of Columbus do their initiation. Don't they kidnap you?
Fraternities.
Well, they kind of vary. I think Knights of Columbus kidnaps you or something. I don't know.
Isn't that a church?
Knights of Columbus? No, it's similar to Freemasons.
Oh.
But I think they're more Catholic oriented though, aren't they?
Oh, never mind.
It's like a Catholic Freemasons.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
I was so tempted to join the Masons. I had an opportunity. I had a guy trying to get me to do it, and you need an in.
You need. Is it that you need to be a Mason first, or you need to be a Shriner first? I can't remember.
To be a
It's one or
Knights
the
of
other.
Columbus?
No, I think you have to be a Mason to become a Shriner.
You have to be a Mason to become a Shriner? Okay.
Oh.
I couldn't remember which way it was. I know that you got to do one to be able to do the other.
I don't know anything about either one of them. That
That's
is
because they're secret societies.
Well.
If you knew something, that would be very secret.
It
well.
seems like
Well, you know something because you know you have to be one before the other. I
It's
didn't even
shocking
know
to
that.
me that the Freemason stuff has not been leaked.
It's kind of scary
There
because it's
was
like
that one video that got leaked.
which one?
Do you guys really want me to tell you about it?
I would almost say save it
Okay.
for October, but this came up organically, so do tell.
All right, so this dude, he was sneaking around outside of one of the Mason house meeting places,
Yeah.
and he took his phone and recorded a video through the window, and it was a bunch of old dudes sitting there while this young, barely legal, if she was even legal,
Oh.
woman was stripping and dancing around in front of all of them, and they were literally just sitting there watching.
All
Sounds like
right.
a strip club.
Well, they're a bunch of perverted old guys. I'm telling you that.
Oh, that's guaranteed.
Seems like
You know what? That would almost warrant like the super secretism.
Have you never been to Hooters?
I think your definition and my definition of a strip club are 100%.
They're not.
Never been to a strip
They're
club.
far from barely legal, at least around here. Hooters here is not what the
Hooters
ads make
is
it look
everywhere.
like.
The wings are awesome.
The,
No,
the,
they're not.
Yeah,
The
I
wings
like
at
it.
Hooters here.
Well, the
suck.
food in general.
They suck. You go to a Hooters somewhere else, some other part of the country, I guarantee you it's better.
We went to the one in Indianapolis, and the food and the waitresses. I was like, why is it still open here? Like,
They're bad?
no, why is it still open here?
Oh.
Like, if the one in Indianapolis is what this place is supposed to be like, you know how, like, when a fast food joint puts out a commercial for a burger, and you're like, it doesn't look like that.
Mm-hmm.
Picture a Hooters ad, and then, like, ours, or it doesn't look like that. This one looked like that.
Nice.
In every category. It was
Shout out
impressive.
Indianapolis.
ours did or Indianapolis did?
Indianapolis did.
Oh,
I went into a Hooters one time, and the one here, and had a flat-chested waitress.
No way.
There's one requirement, and you didn't meet it.
I understand that that's the point, so I get what you're getting at.
Just invalidated his whole the food is bad.
But it just sounded
She
like
did,
it's
have,
like
she did have a badass though.
Dude, Jesus Christ.
PHAD.
that's what we were concerned about. How are you spelling fat?
Tell us more about those perverted old men. Yeah, dude, it's weird. I'm like the youngest one in there.
I'm just thinking anyone watching this is like, God, these guys are racist, misogynist, all this stuff. And then they watch this one, it's like, they sent me a flat-chested waitress.
I didn't say they sent me one. I just said the one that we got.
Oh my God. That really escalated quickly.
It's called Hooters.
I understand. I understand. It was.
It's called Hooters because their owl is their mascot.
And what do the owl's eyes look like?
O's.
Well, you're not wrong.
Oh God.
It's warm in here.
Now it is.
because we're laughing our asses
Yeah,
off.
this room
Oh
is
shit.
Anyway, Caleb, you want to pick a topic? Get it off me for a second, please.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. So, what chicken sandwich do you like?
What was the last toy you got in a Happy Meal?
Probably like a Hot Wheel car or something. I don't know.
I got a Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland.
I probably just had one like 2 weeks ago. I don't like it.
It was.
I haven't gotten in a Happy Meal in a while. I don't know. They don't fill me up anymore, so.
I love that you're justifying why you don't get Happy Meal.
Well,
I just find that I need more food, and it feels a bit immature.
Dude, he's been eating Mighty Kids meals for like 2 years now.
I remember when those came out.
do they still have those?
That's what I was just wondering. No? Oh.
Well, I've never even heard of that.
It's
They,
like
they had a Mighty Kids meal, so it was like they had the Happy Meal, and then it was like instead of a cheeseburger, it was a double cheeseburger.
Oh.
And so
Instead
like
of 4 nuggets, it was like 6 nuggets.
I thought it was 8.
It might have
it
been.
might have been 8, because Happy Meals have 4 and 6. I don't know if they did then, but in the
Maybe the
toy,
Mighty Kids meal was
the toy was like a little more grown up too. Like
Yeah.
it was a little cooler.
It was like Nerf or something. Instead of,
Yeah, I remember. Do you know when that came out? Was when Spy Kids was out.
oh hell yeah.
Yep.
Spy Kids was like the first thing. They were like Mighty Kid Meal, Spy Kids toy, and it was all like spy stuff.
Do you remember that night me and you drove around to like 4 McDonald's trying to get the
Mega Mac.
The Mega Mac? I thought it was the Monster Mac.
I found a way.
Some monster.
You know, if you want something done right, you do it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just made it yourself.
Yeah.
I don't
Well, we did find it at that one. We told the guy what we wanted, and he charged us for 2 double quarter pounders, and then did them up like a Big Mac.
We got a okay. So a Mega Mac is the stuff of legend. It's a Big Mac, but all it is the regular shitty cheeseburger patties are replaced with quarter pounder patties. You know, yes?
Never had one.
No. Oh. We're really sounding like the skinny bunch here, but my God. So that's all it is. It is a Big Mac. You just change the meat. We were on a quest. We threw burgers
Can
away.
you just
Like,
ask?
we get to the point where like this isn't right. Can't you ask what?
What you want?
Yes.
We did.
We
At
tried to make it
everyone.
very clear.
And they'd give us a double quarter pounder with cheese and mac sauce.
But it would have like mac sauce and shredded lettuce.
Or they'd give us a Big Mac, and that's it.
Yeah, it was like they could not get it right. So what I did recently was my coworker and I were talking about secret menu items. And he was talking about like all kinds of random ones. Like we're all different restaurants. And I looked it up and it had like McDonald's hidden menu items. And one was the McGangbang. I was like, oh yeah, I've heard of that one. I don't think I ever had one, but I've heard of it. I didn't see the Mega Mac, but I told him about it. And about our struggles. I was like, that kind of sounds good. But what didn't exist at that time was the McDonald's app. So at lunchtime, I was like, so I went on the app. You cannot swap the patties. So you can't do what we wanted to do. But I ordered a double quarter pounder with cheese, plain, like no toppings on it at all. And then I ordered a Big Mac and a McChicken. I took the Big Mac apart, took the patties, added it to the McChicken for a McGangbang.
Okay.
And then I took the quarter pounder patties and put them on the Big Mac. What I was left with was literally a pair of buns from the quarter pounder. Threw those away. And I had a McGangbang and a Mega Mac.
There is no bun with a gangbang.
No, I put the burger patties from the Big Mac with the McChicken. So it's...
No. You did yours wrong.
What?
A McGangbang is a McDouble sandwiched between 2 McChickens. The chicken patties are the bun.
I think it's
That's
2
not-
burger patties with a McChicken
Are you
patty.
sure?
I think. I'm sure there's no right way to do it. Because I felt horrible ordering this one. Like, I'm a fat piece of shit. It was really 2 sandwiches, but there were 2 big ass sandwiches.
Yeah.
Like, that's not something you do every day. I was on a mission.
It reminds me of Kevin. If you take one ingredient from a burger,
The Big Mac theory.
That's a full-on fucking.
The
Okay.
McGangbang burger is one of
week,
McDonald's
same.
most famous secret menu items, and for good reason. It combines 2 of the best items from the dollar menu into one perfect burger. Simply order a McDouble and a McChicken. The McChicken sandwich is placed directly inside of the juicy McDouble, buns and all.
What?
So there's a picture of it.
I need to go to McDonald's and order
What?
something like that.
Just take the whole McChicken and put it between the 2 patties. I don't know what
That's
you can't see,
horrible.
but
Wait, let me see.
The amount of carbs in that burger.
that's
Yeah, that's
horrible. I gotta try that.
Let's wrap this up. We gotta go.
We gotta go
Or we'll just put it on pause. We'll come back.
and show everybody.
We'll
Look
do
at this.
ASMR.
We'll all just be a little bit fatter. Sweaty. We're like, all right.
Guys. I don't want to do it anymore.
It works. Try it.
That's how you lose our last 2 viewers. Dad's gonna be like, this isn't
Grandma's just shaking her head like,
guns and
I'm disappointed in these boys.
all they're doing is sitting here just bullshitting.
Well, at least we haven't. Never mind.
You look like you took that so personally. Like, well,
No, I just.
that's what this is. We gotta start the gun content soon, though. It's finally the weather.
Oh, I thought you meant like when you talk about guns.
No, not now. I mean, like
Did you
other
watch that
content.
one I sent you?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was
it's pretty good.
That was the biggest mashup. He didn't know who any of those channels were, so it meant nothing to him.
I know of her anthem.
He sent me a video
I
that
love
had
Grantham.
it. Do you know Kentucky Ballistics?
Yeah.
You know Demolition Ranch.
Yeah.
And you said Grantham you like? It was all 3 of them in one video.
Oh yeah. They're making a whole bunch. They made a new one today too.
I think
Yeah.
they started that.
That was the one for
Brandon
today.
Herrera too.
Brandon Herrera is going to be in this one. The next
Brandon
one?
The one
Herrera
that just came out today.
was with Grantham.
Yeah. Okay. So they.
Oh wait, that's right. They're all in Texas for that big fucking.
Yeah,
they're
they're
trying to
selling-
sell out a gun store.
Yes.
That makes sense. Sell out.
They
Yeah.
want to sell every gun. I think they said ammo and accessory in the store. They want sold by Monday.
You would think those guys
So-
could just go buy it themselves.
Road trip.
Well, they're doing it to meet with viewers and stuff too. So
Yeah.
they have like all the biggest people, like the owner of the WWE or something.
They could start their
It's
own
not- well-
convention.
I don't think it's the owner, but
Hold on, I'll find it.
Steve. I think he said Steve Austin. Maybe he said Goldberg. One of them is going to be there.
Goldberg.
Goldberg.
Of who? The store?
WWE.
Oh.
WWE, Goldberg.
I don't know.
He's going to be
Oh,
there.
that's not.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. He's just going to be there.
Do you feel like some things almost ruin the credibility? Like, these guys are like, oh, it's going to be a cool convention. Like, oh, we're having the owner of WWE. And I'm like, fuck. Well, this just took a turn.
For a short time, that was your orange man that you love so much.
Oh, Jesus.
My savior.
Yeah,
Sarcastic.
we didn't pray to him to start this off.
Huh?
We didn't pray to him to start this off.
We forgot to spill a bit out.
You forgot your blood sacrifice.
The fact that he was on WWE, though.
He used to own it.
No.
He owned part of it, and McMahon
Okay,
kicked him out.
Part.
McMahon kicked him out because their freaking stocks tanked when he bought in.
I find that incredibly hard to believe.
He was really well liked before he ran for president.
You know what was weird? I watched the other day. I don't remember how I went down this rabbit trail. I was watching something related to 9/11, like because the anniversary just passed. It's still kind of in my recommended videos, and it was a Howard Stern show, and it was the day of 9/11. It was like their full live show, not full. I guess it started like it jumped in at some point, but they were talking, and it was like, dude, it's so weird to hear people's like reaction to it live. So they were in the middle of talking, and they're like, "Oh, this report says a plane just hit a building in New York." And they were just like, what, like one of those small planes? And like, it has to be. And they were like, man, that's crazy. And then they kind of just kept going. And then they're like, man, this sounds really bad. And they like pulled up, they're like, there's a fire. They were mostly concerned with the fire. They're like, oh, that's going to be really tough for people up there. But when the second plane hit, they were like pulling it up and watching videos. And it's so weird to hear them like, they're like, oh, the other building blew up. And they're like, no, that's a reflection. Like, from the one building has to be blown up, and we're just seeing the reflection out of the other building. Like, no, the other building did. And they're like, well, was like the plane still stuck in there and it just exploded? Like, what happened? Like, the thought that a second plane hit it was not even on the table. They're just so. It was like 2.5 hours, and I listened to the whole thing. It was just weird. But from there, one of the recommended videos was like Donald Trump on the Howard Stern show. And it was like back from like the early 2000s. They had Trump on there. And it's so weird how he was like the shit to everybody then. They're like, we got this badass himself. He's coming on. He was walking in there all excited. And it was kind of weird because like he wouldn't even think about being president then or anything. And like they were almost egging him on. Like, so they had like some intern. I guess he has to sign a release form to be on it. Well, she like wore some like really short skirt and everything. And like, oh, you're showing off for the Trump? You're trying to, trying to get some money or something? And she's like, no, I just wanted to be cute. And they're like, we know what you're doing. So they showed me like signed his papers and like, what'd you think of our intern? And she's like, yeah, she's real pretty. And they're like, yeah, I bet you like that. And he's like, yeah, she's nice, And they kept it like it was when he was engaged to Ivanka, and they were like, they're like, oh yeah, how's the sex? Oh yeah, is she good at this? Is she good at that? And he's just trying to be like, well, it's everything. I really. I guess the thing is like, even I've been brought to believe like they made him this pervert, like he was always just horrible. And again, not necessarily the values that I would stick up for. They were egging him on so bad. If you go back and watch it, it's insane. They're trying so hard to get him to like treat Ivanka Trump like she's just some sex object to him, because he's like, you can have anyone you want. She must be amazing. And he's like, well, I like her a lot, yeah. It's weird. Like they're trying so hard, but that's the thing. Like even I started to believe him. Like, well, he wouldn't plan on running for president, and yeah, I don't necessarily. He's not the most moral guy, which I still don't think he is. But I'm like, half of this is other people doing it.
You're telling me that the Mega Millions fucking media is good at what they do?
It's like one of those things, just a slow drip. You hear it, you hear it, you hear it, you hear it. And even if you're like, shut up, you still kind of start to buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. He's like, no, like, she's like my best friend. And they said something like, well, why this one? And he's like, oh, this one's real. He's like, yeah, I've had friends who get married, because someone's hot, and I think it's stupid, but I'm like, what the fuck? It was like 2004 or something like that.
I think you were misinformed of the WWE stuff too.
What do you mean? Was that what you were looking up?
Yeah, he's in the WWE Hall of Fame, and him and McMahon had like an on-screen rivalry. But when Trump was on WWE, it did like record numbers both times he was on. I don't think WWE.
I'm not talking about when he was on.
Are you saying it was fake?
Yes. Okay, but do you think WWE fans and people who want stock in that are the people that would sell them if Trump was a part owner?
No.
Is that not what you said?
It was because he was in so much financial trouble at the time that he owned such a big part of it. It was starting to crumble. McMahon bought him out of it to recoup the fucking stock. Because so many big investors into the WWE were pulling out because Trump was involved. Because of how bad he is.
I think that's false.
We're going to be Googling shit.
Sure.
Well, that's another thing, like the whole failed business thing. I'm like, remember when they were talking about how much in debt he was? Like that came out, they're like, oh, he owes $50 million. Like, well, yeah, I own a lot of buildings that I have loans on. I mean, there's assets. Like, it's not like he's, I don't know. I don't care. I'm so sick of talking about it. Because that's the thing, is we all get suckered into doing the same thing the media does. We're still talking about him.
Well, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, or how we got to talking about this.
Me either. That's the whole point.
Well, because I went to look up the Mark Goldberg thing.
By the time you looked it up, you're like, what the fuck is going on?
I was confused.
That's why
I started talking about Trump.
WWE and Nothing Gun Store.
And this is how conversations evolve.
Yeah.
Well,
So all the guys in Texas. That makes sense. But I was going to say they all kind of collaborated during when the Kentucky Ballistics guy got hurt, because they were kind of filling in on a show and stuff. I think it's cool. No, yeah, there was a video with Brandon Herrera and Garantham. He's been getting Garantham on purpose. Which I was like, when we do a video on the Garand, which we're definitely going to do a video on the Garand, I think I'm going to do it.
Garand.
I think I'm just going to do it.
We should do a World War II episode.
Of this?
No, you can use your Garand, or we'll shoot the Garand, we'll use my Mosin finally, and get Keegan's Thompson on there.
I think that's one of my ideas. Good.
1911?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. We'll have the full
The
loadout.
weapons of World War II.
That'll be fun.
God, I love theme videos. I get so excited. I'm like, let's go. We're gonna have to wear like steel pots and stuff. There's gonna be costumes involved.
I wasn't gonna bring up the other like YouTubers and stuff yet. I don't know if you care about that. But,
sorry, go ahead.
Like how Grantham does like those like
The intros.
Yeah, that'd be cool if he did something like that.
Let's say
I mean, I'm not an
episodes.
actor.
Themed episodes could be really fun.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
I cannot wait to get the shit started. It sucks
I know
because
he's thinking. He's thinking about it.
the weather's finally getting good, and Ty, who's doing all the videos, that's his wedding I'm going to Utah for. So his mind's elsewhere.
But he's also moving.
They're building a house. He just sold a house. He's busy. But
Is it one of those jackasses bouncing on the door?
probably,
Tell Ty to get his priorities straight.
dude, we got gun videos to make. Get your shit together.
Are you worried about getting married and building a house for this podcast? Figure it out.
Guys,
It's a Canadian.
I'll record it for you.
Like, figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll record it. Alright, I got steady hands.
Michael J. Fox. That was mean. I don't even know why it was mean. I don't know why.
Dude, he's got fucking Parkinson's.
No.
I thought he just needed a Snickers or something.
Did you say that's the Family Guy? Where is this something? I forget something about that shirt that Michael J. Fox ruined, and they're like at a dinner party, and Michael J. Fox comes out with a tray of wine, and he spills it all. But he says something. He's like, "We were going to show a clip, but we felt like it would be too insensitive." So yeah. Long story short, he ruined a shirt, because he spilled, and he was real nice about it. He wrote me a check to reimburse it, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything with it. I opened the check and it was all scribbled. And then at the end, he's like, "Oh, we are going to show it." Horrible.
Family Guy's ruthless, man. I've been watching that too.
It used to be. It's softened up a lot. It's gotten a little better again recently.
I think I'm watching season 17, and it's like
They went through a weird phase where like every other episode was like some weird stupid theme. Like they didn't want to. I think the episode's called like 3 Directors, and they have like 3 mini episodes in one episode. Is like one's by Michael Bay. Like they just do stuff in like weird styles. One's Quentin Tarantino. I don't like those episodes. I skip, but they did like a lot of them.
Man, when you make that many episodes of a show, it's hard to.
Well, that's kind of what makes me think they're running out of steam and it's not going to be on much longer. Because it's like when shit starts getting that bad, it's like
Look at The Simpsons, bro.
No, I still watch The Simpsons. I love
It's just
it.
fun.
you watch new episodes.
Yeah.
Are they still good?
Yeah, they're not bad.
I love the crossovers, like just the references, like the one I was watching there. They were like Peter's at work or something, and they show him on the camera, and it zooms out, and it's like Burns and what's his assistant's name?
What is it?
Mr. Burns?
And Mr. Burns and what was it? Something
Smithers.
with him.
Smithers.
Yeah, Smithers is the old guy. Yeah, and Mr. Burns is
Burns is the old
Mr.
guy.
Burns
Smithers
is
is the assistant.
Is it? Oh yeah. God, it's been so long.
Isn't he gay, the assistant?
I think they did do that a few years ago. That they were lovers.
Wasn't he like obsessed with Mr. Burns?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
See, I know
Yeah, they're
that.
watching him on camera while he's at work, and they're like, Burns asks him, "Who's the new guy?" And he's like, "This is actually a character from another show." And he goes, "Simpson." He goes, "Yeah, basically."
I like the episode where like Peter's drunk and he comes home and he's like, "We act like we didn't take a lot from The Simpsons, but we took a lot from The Simpsons." And then they have the one like legit crossover episode.
Yeah.
And yeah, when they're all in court, because it's like Pawtucket Patriots, like a ripoff of
The Patriots?
No.
Alamo.
What's it? Is it Alamo beer?
No, that's
Oh,
Haley
no.
Hill.
Oh yeah. Shit.
Duff.
Duff beer. Yeah.
Oh.
So like,
What? Wait, that was their crossover? Was
the Simpsons or the Griffins move from Quahog, and they're like, "Oh, this is a nice town at Springfield." And they're like, "Yeah, but something's wrong with the water. Everyone's yellow."
it's jaundice.
So we're looking, but Peter and Homer become friends, and they're doing all this stuff. But then at one point, Peter's like, "Yeah, I work at the brewery," and Homer's like, "You get to work with beer?" And he's like, "Yeah, try it." Well, like Homer's like, "This tastes like Duff," and he like rips the label off, and like under the Pawtucket Patriot, it says Duff. He's like, "It is Duff. You just relabeled it." Arguing like, "No, it's its own creative thing." And they're like, "No, you took our idea, just relabeled it, and made it your own." Like the shows. But then they go to court, and the judge is like, "This is clearly just a cheap ripoff." And it's like going through the crowd, and it's like Cleveland with what's Homer's black friend? I forget his name, but it shows like the stupid cop and
The
what's
neighbor.
the
Chief Wiggum and Joe.
it's like it shows everyone. It's a Pooh and that the stupid guy who works at. It's just like
Morty.
No.
Mort.
Yeah.
Morty.
that's God. I don't know.
The-
Maybe that was Krusty the Clown. I don't remember. They had like all these comparisons. They're all sitting next to each other. It was like, but
I
yeah,
love
the whole
self
time.
awareness of it. It's-
Wait, so who was?
Family Guy's a ripoff of the Simpsons.
Oh, I know. I'm trying to think. Who was not Mo? Yeah, who was
The bartender?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mo's the bartender. Mo.
Oh, it was
They
after
didn't have
Horace
everything.
died. I don't remember.
Well, the new bartender's,
Isn't it the black guy?
yeah.
Yeah, what's his name? I forget.
Jamal?
Jamal.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't remember. But yeah, they go through, and when you see them all side by side, you're like, oh my God. They really, but even some characters they copied.
Oh, so Quagmire is Lenny.
Maybe.
They didn't have every character, but there was just a lot of them. It's like, okay.
You're like, oh.
Pretty good. But I
And
just
then-
love the self-awareness. Like, I was watching the one, it was like the end of the episode, and something about a guy with a gun, and they're like, speaking of guys with guns, Stan, take it away. And Lois is like, yeah, that show's not on after us anymore. And he's like, oh, well, what is? Is it as big and successful? And there's just an awkward silence. They all look at the camera and it just cuts out.
They canceled American Dad,
Which
For
used to
like-
slot in after Family Guy.
Yeah.
and then moved it to like TBS. But yeah, the show that replaced it after Family Guy was, I don't even
It's
remember
been a
what
train
it
wreck.
was. It was horrible.
They've had like 4.
Seth
Yeah,
MacFarlane
we're
shows
just
are
shouting out Family Guy now.
awesome though.
I don't know. I don't watch Family Guy.
What's the other episode? He says something. He's like, to enjoy this show, you have to be like born between 1970 and 1985, but still have the humor of a 12-year-old.
It's good.
What do you watch?
Nothing.
What are the
right
kids
now.
watching these?
I
hope
bet
you
he's.
like in
I
this
bet he
moment.
watches like the regular show.
The rate? I was
Like
never
Rick and
into
Morty or
that.
some shit.
I watched SpongeBob
Hell yeah.
That's still there.
in The Office. I just rewatched The Office over and over again.
Okay.
Now I just watch YouTube.
Have you ever
Or I
watched
don't-
King of the Hill?
With you, yeah. I
Oh.
watched it. Well, I would always like sit like back in like the corner of her room because I knew Mom didn't want me watching it, but you had
King
it
of the
on.
Hill?
So yeah.
What was wrong with King?
I
of the Hill?
thought no, I
it was
thought
Family
that.
Guy.
Oh.
Yeah, except I just did whatever Mom said. Like I was.
That was good.
Don't
clean
admit to
humor.
that. You're on camera.
No,
Don't
well-
admit to that.
It's okay.
He said,
don't
I
anymore.
did whatever Mom said.
Oh, I thought he said I never did what Mom
Oh,
said.
no, no,
Oh
no.
no.
No, he's being good. He's playing it perfectly. He's like, I always listened.
I,
Past tense. Yeah, I used to be a great kid. Dude.
hey, here, try this.
I wanted to, but
Cameras.
No.
I don't think you want to as bad as you may think you do.
Corey still doesn't like it.
Just give it a little sip.
You can smell it. Nothing illegal about that. Is there?
He's got a contact drunk from the sniff that you gave him.
It's not that strong.
He's fucked up.
I could use this to strip paint. What are you talking about?
Seriously?
Get around.
Okay.
No, for real. How is it though?
Dude.
It's hard to say. No, like genuinely, I don't dislike it. It's just, it's really hard to like pick up what I'm tasting.
Tastes like what I cleaned out of my carburetor last week.
I like it. It's kind of vanilla-y. Are you being serious? Or are you just saying that because I asked?
Why did you say that like the clip of that dude from the news?
What?
You know what I'm talking about? Where the chick calls the guy daddy? You don't know what I'm talking about?
No clue. I'm getting
The way
more
you
and more.
just said I like it. Like, there's some news clip, it's like blooper fails, and it's like the weather lady or something.
I love
She
news
kicks it back
fails.
to the guy and she's like, back to you, daddy. And she's like, ooh, I like calling you daddy. And he's like, yeah, gonna like it. He's like so wholesome.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
What? I swear these news people, when it's like
God.
5 o'clock in the morning, they don't. It's
Like,
weird.
she's
don't
like
care.
clearly being super sexual, and he's like so wholesome. Like, he didn't take it that way at all. He's like, I like calling you daddy. He's like, yeah, gonna like it.
Daddy chill.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I've used that so many times. The first time you guys said that to me, I had no clue what you were talking about.
What the hell is even that?
Do you know the video they're talking about?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'll show it to you later. It's pretty funny. No, I've quoted it several times. Shit.
This is closer to what I was expecting when you told me about Proper 12.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
It's got a little more flavor and sweetness to it.
You want some proper 12?
That's my proper 12.
No, your proper 12's gone.
Oh.
I saved mine.
What happened to mine?
It's all our proper 12 now.
Aw. Oh, you just merge them?
Insert Soviet national anthem. It is our alcohol.
He sold the Russia.
I think 3 of the 4 things on the shelf now you wrote in.
Yeah, Rebel. And then the 2 lead slingers.
How is there only 4? I'm counting way more than 4.
3 of the 4. The canter is a mix of everything. We cannot wait till we get this thing full so we can try it.
We could probably put the rest of this in there.
Yeah, why not?
Is that not too much?
No.
It's up to you. Well, here.
Yeah, here, let me
Just make
finish
my
this
decision easier.
Yeah, I'll throw it in.
That's scary.
It scared me.
Yeah, it's louder than hell.
We need to put a headphone warning on this episode.
I'm gonna watch through and every time it gets loud I'll have to put a warning. It does it's still kind of loud when something hits a table. But it's not as metallic and clangy as that last disc.
Jesus
What a
Christ.
dickhead. Oh my god. We're not talking about anything substantial. Substantial this episode.
Substantive.
Substantious.
Alright, 3 different words.
Substance abuse is what we're...
Yo,
That's
I
what this
really,
episode is.
I really kind of want to hear from Caleb because like he hasn't said much.
Tell us about your racing, dude.
You ask him a
All
fucking
right.
question, you might have an answer.
Jesus,
Okay, so
like he's a guest. We haven't let him talk.
Lean in.
Jeez.
alright. So I've been racing for 4.5 years now?
You tell us.
I forget.
Going to the races this weekend?
Not this week, no. I'm buying a truck tomorrow. So 3 weeks ago I finally won big money at like an NHRA race. I won $1,000 and beat, I want to say, almost close to 200 other cars, I think. I don't know. It was the biggest race of the weekend.
It's so kick-ass.
Yeah.
And they had millions of dollars, and we have, I think, 15,000 invested in cars.
15,000?
In total, yeah, with the trailer and the
Rad.
cars and stuff. And they have like millions.
That's
so-
fucking embarrassing for everybody else. You said they've got millions of dollars tied up in their rigs,
Well, yeah.
and you've got 15,000.
Yeah, my
And
car
you
costs.
beat them.
Yeah, so these signatures on my head are from like 7-year-olds that had about $40,000 cars. So
Are you serious? When you said that much money, I thought you were talking about the adults. Like kids have that much?
No. I mean the kids can't.
I think
The adults, yeah.
Kids don't have that much.
I know
The
the
parents,
kids.
but like in total for the kids.
But
yes,
for the
they-
junior race cars,
yes,
though?
yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
think he meant in
Millions
collectively
total.
millions have been put into these
Okay.
cars.
Yes.
Well, not just the cars, but like the trailers. They have like
Oh, I'm sure. It's
they have like
crazy.
semis. Like some people show like more than NASCAR teams have. Like just because they can.
Does it ever feel like overkill?
Sometimes.
Sorry, I know it's not a sports pod, but Cardinals officially win 14 straight.
Nice.
That is wild.
They just beat the Cubs 12-4.
Cubs suck anyway.
That's why it's awesome that we're playing them.
All right, so I don't know. There's really not much. I race just a junior dragster. Yeah, my car only cost about like $5,000, so it was pretty cool to beat.
That's more than my first 2 cars.
Combined.
Well, yeah.
Probably.
But were they race cars though?
Fair. Jesus. I thought so. Shit.
Fucking calling you out.
Yeah, but with the race cars.
So
You're right.
anyway, yeah, it felt pretty good because I got like a big trophy and a big check, which they never told me how much the actual win was. I thought it was gonna be like 300, which is still nice, but like, I mean, 1,000 was cooler when I got out of my car and they told me that I won 1,000 instead of basically telling me I won 3 times more than what I actually thought I did win. So that was cool. And since the very first year that I've been racing, I've said that so I don't know if you guys know how drag racing works, but like the tree, so like normally in bracket racing, so like it's a lot to explain and it's hard unless you go and watch, but so like you dial in, like you run test passes and then you say on your card you put, I think it'll run this speed. And then say I usually run about like 8 seconds, and then some cars are faster because I'm bigger and stuff. So they're usually running faster. So my lights will usually go down first, and then theirs will go down, and I'll leave, and then they catch up. And it's if we both ran perfect passes, had a perfect reaction, and ran exactly on our dial, we'd cross it exactly the same time. But it's extremely hard to be perfect.
And that's how they figure out who the better driver is.
So is it whoever gets closest to their predicted time without going over?
Yeah. Yes, you can't go over because if you
Bust
go,
out.
yeah, break out, yeah.
Break out.
And then
Stupid bitch.
So yeah, if you do that, you instantly lose, and then if you leave before the green light comes on, then you lose instantly. So
It seems like there's so many ways to accidentally lose.
there is a lot.
Yeah, if you screw up your test passes and go, well, this is what I think I'm gonna run because that's how I ran, and then you run a perfect lap and go, crap, I gotta slow down.
Yeah.
It's pedaling, disqualified. If you run that perfect lap all the way through instead of pedaling, disqualified because you just
Well, not allowed
ran
to
way
slow down.
better.
No, we can slow down in ours. So the oldest you can even be is like 17 in them. So I mean,
Now,
most of the kids.
this might be a stupid question. Is like the professional drag racing that way too, or does it get to the point where just whoever
Well,
crosses the line first?
Yeah, so like NHRA, like what most people think of like top fuels and stuff, it's just they actually, so a quarter of a mile is what most drag racing is, which is 1,320 feet, a quarter of a mile. But what NHRA, since they're going so fast, they've been running to the 1,000 foot instead of, because they need time to slow down. So they need they're going 340 miles an hour at the finish.
God bless.
Yeah.
So
That's what's going on at Gateway. That's what I was
Yeah.
asking if you were going to.
no, I'm not going to. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
One of my
the
friends is,
NHRA
but I'm
races
not.
them well.
Yeah, I wanted to. But
That's so fucking fast.
So
Oh, this is one of them that if you're downtown, like near the riverfront, at any point tomorrow,
I've
you're-
never been.
you're gonna hear it.
If I was always in the city when it was happening, I was over there, so I've never heard it from. But last year, I don't know. I guess it was somebody that works with Mom, but he got like the suites, like the tower right behind the finish line, or right behind the starting line. So we'd see him come up, and then we'd see him go down, and like we were right there. Like we literally had a better view than like the commentators or like the people for TV and stuff. So it was pretty cool, and we could go on top. like of the building, and we could watch from up there. Even inside, it like scared me every time. It's like, I mean, wait, 12,000 horsepower. It's like, it's insane.
If you're sitting in the stands and there's like a boring race that you're like, I don't care, and you turn around when these big cars are running, and
it's
running
scary.
tomorrow, you turn around, you look at that tower, you can watch the glass do
Yeah.
this.
It's insane.
So much power.
So anyway, I mean, my car does not have nearly that much. I'm 15, so they don't let us go that fast. But
Pussies.
Grow up.
The ear
Let 'em race,
pro
buddy.
you wear with your whenever you're shooting, you're still gonna hear these cars like you're not wearing an ear pro.
So is your goal to get to that point eventually?
I would like to. See, the thing is, I mean, same with NASCAR, you have to be insanely rich to be able to afford one. Because, I mean, so I've looked it up, I've looked into it a lot. So the Hemi engines that they use, they get 10 passes out of, and then they're done. You throw it away. You're
Oh,
done with that
Jesus
engine.
Christ.
And each one costs about like 50,000. And every single pass, you have to retake every single piece apart. You have to take it apart and rebuild it. Replace the stuff that's broken. And even after doing all that, 10 passes most. And that's if you didn't blow it up going down the track.
If you run that engine a full season, you're lucky.
Yeah.
What's a season?
From like
Because you'll do what?
end of April to
November usually.
Yeah.
Well, you'll do what? 4 passes a night?
Well, I mean, the night that I won, I did about 12.
That's what I'm saying.
14.
So at some point, do they just do one a night?
Well,
a lot of those guys have so much money tied up in them
yeah.
that they'll only do 1 or 2 passes a weekend, and they'll only go so many weekends out of the year. It's not their.
They're not like him every weekend.
Yeah.
So he's doing it, and if he builds a career out of it, he'll be able to do that. But if he grows up and does what he's doing now, he's going to have a regular job. He's not going to be doing it every
Right.
weekend.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's going to be building his own engine. He'll probably do 1 or 2 passes a day on the weekends that he actually goes.
So I don't know if you've heard of Antron Brown, but he's like a 7-time world champion. And he was actually at that race. He has, I think, 3 kids. Only 2 of them raced, though. He was at that race. And it was kind of cool because he honked his horn and waved at us like after, like we left after basically the best racer alive right now, besides John Force. So
You dusted his bitch ass kids.
yeah.
Yeah.
You beat John Forrest, kid.
Well, I mean, I beat one of his old cars. I did beat one of his old cars that he sold to some other kid, which, not the kid, but I have raced both of them before.
I'm just adjusting in my seat.
That's why you took your headphones out and picked up
You
your
going out
mic.
for one? You going out for
Well,
one?
I can't sit back with my headphones in.
I got
That's why I sat back.
You can go do one if you want.
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, it's so nice. The air just shut off.
I was gonna say, are the echoes?
Does it sound good in here?
It's back on.
The air's back.
It was nice. It was nice
It
for
was
a
nice
second.
for a couple seconds.
So John Forrest sold the
Yeah.
car to some other kid.
Oh no, yeah. And so I beat that car, but yeah. I don't know. I got completely
He
lost.
lost
I'm not,
it because
I'm not
you
good at
guys,
telling stories.
instead of letting him finish his story, looked at me because you thought I was leaving.
That was pretty much the end of
I've had a
it.
cigarette in your mouth for the last 10 minutes.
You're trying to be
We're
courteous.
talking.
So,
Look, if I can't.
So you didn't
smoke,
beat his
I'm not
kids
sitting
directly,
here
but
dragging
you
for it.
outlasted his kids in the
Yeah.
tournament.
I did beat the kids.
That beat his kids.
Yeah. So basically, this is a pretty
It's
good
even
tip.
better.
So what I was saying earlier is from the beginning. So instead of all 3 lights going like half a second in between, these are all of them at once and then you go, which is what I've been saying I'm always going to be good at. Like if I'm ever going to do good in something, that's where it's going to be. But up until a couple weekends ago, I've had
I
really
haven't
bad
figured
luck.
that out for me.
Up until a couple weekends ago, I've had really bad luck in all those kinds of races because I don't have them that much. Because it's, I don't know why. I prefer them, but I don't have them that much. So, and then during that day, I told my dad if I can make it past the 3rd round, I'm not losing. I told him that.
Shit.
So,
Got that fucking Michael Jordan blood in it.
It's got a little swagger.
so like, And every time I've won, I've had a feeling like I knew I was gonna win. It's kind of weird because like, and I've never lost. I've never gotten second. That's what. It's either I do pretty bad.
First or last.
Yeah. So.
He pulled a Pat Maroon after that third round. He walked by the other kids. He goes, "You guys are fucked."
Just driving back in his car. People are pushing.
That was one of the hardest shits I've ever seen.
So
so badass. Just gave by the other bench and say, "You guys are fucked."
It really is my favorite. Go on.
okay,
This
so,
is actually interesting. Good shit.
So my final pass in the finals, and I won. I'm not gonna get super into it because I know you guys don't care.
No,
I'm very interested.
So
Yeah, no,
my reaction was 0.006 of a second from being perfect, from being 0. I left as soon as the light turned green. And on Pro Tree, most professionals don't even do that. Like they have, I mean they're not bad. Like you don't see it that much. No, I know.
Most professionals, they're not bad.
They're not me.
That was my best one. I'm gonna say that.
You're just dragging that shit through the dirt, aren't you?
Flex that shit, baby.
So
Now, he was either, you said 0.6 or 0.06?
006.
006?
So 6,000.
So he was either 0.006 from perfect, but he was 0.007 from a false start.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild to me.
Yeah. So and then my dial-in right before we had it set to 799, so that's what I was gonna run 7.99. I'm like, what was my time slip? Because I'm like, if I ran a 7.991, I'm like, I wanted to turn that down to 7.98 or make it faster actually, but. And so I did, like, a minute before the race started, like, before I got in my car. And if I hadn't have done that, I would have lost because my off dial, which is how. So I ran 798.06.5.05. So I ran 5 10,000ths off of what I said I was going to run. So I was less than 6,000ths of a second from being perfect.
I guess what's weird to me is it seems weird that something can be that predictable.
Yeah.
And that. It's like,
Shit's hard, bro.
Yeah.
that's
So-
wild.
Let's kick ass.
And the first weekend in October, we have another race. It's the exact same race, pretty much, except at a different track.
Sort of
It's
building a Kryptik car now.
I was gonna say, he races them, you build them, you
I was
fucking
gonna s-
Sponsor.
Well, when you were sitting here talking about how expensive the shit is to get into the NHRA and stuff,
Yeah, it's
I'm
crazy.
like, well, can you build like a custom drag car and do that?
Absolutely. Well, that's what I've been talking. Like,
We can
thinking.
get an old Ford. I ain't working on no Chevy.
Well,
Just get a Dodge and make everybody
that's
unhappy.
I love Dodge.
No, he does.
Yeah.
Well, then it's settled. It's gonna be a Toyota.
How about a Kia? Bro, you can modify my car. He can race it.
Yeah, front wheel drive. That's perfect.
I'm sure I've talked about Street Outlaws, at least with you, but
Yeah.
like, I mean, they make. So there's this thing they started. It's called Street Outlaws No Prep. So like, normally when you drag race, they'll like spray glue on it and they'll like go
Right.
over it a bunch of times. Like old slicks that they don't use anymore, just clean it off. So it's like the best thing you could run on. But for no prep, they're like, we don't wipe it down. Like if it rained, we'll let it dry, but we're not gonna dry it. We'll let it dry and then you go down. But that's with street cars. So when I say street cars, I don't mean street legal. I mean they have the original body and they're
Right.
modified. So other than that, I think that almost no rules. As long as you have a steel roof and rear quarter panels, you can have fiberglass or carbon fiber like hood and bumper and front fenders, but other than the frame doesn't have to be stock. I don't think. I could be wrong. And then
It has to look like the car that
Yeah.
was originally purchased,
Right.
but it can be
Yeah.
literally like he said, the roof and the rear quarters is all that's original to that car.
So-
You can cut the floors out, you can cut all the inner structure out, everything.
It might be a Kryptik car, dude.
Well, that's what I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, I'm taking fabricating, so I'll be able to do all this by the end of the year. Like, I could build a chassis for a race car.
I'll build the engine.
He's doing like the
Actually, you watch Street Outlaws?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when JJ the Boss raced the turbo 4-cylinder, the yellow Mustang?
Yeah,
That yellow Mustang, Chris Murdoch?
yeah.
The motor that I have for my truck is the motor that he ran.
Oh, wow. Well,
It's-
you should be.
Yeah.
he's like, oh, so you good? You good?
So I was just interested. So Pro Charger, it's just a type of like power, source of I can't think, boost. So it's kind of like I don't even understand them really, but they're called blowers. So like you supercharge a car. So I was looking at an engine. An engine, just one, would cost about $8,000 to buy, and it would have about like 900 horsepower. And then I was looking at Pro Charger, like it's a brand that makes these superchargers, and to get one that would add 3,000 horsepower is like 9,000.
3,000 horsepower?
3,000 horsepower.
Pro Charger is another type of charger. I mean, it might be a brand too,
Yeah.
but a Pro Charger is a belt-driven turbo.
Yeah, I don't
It's
understand
a
it.
much bigger turbo,
Mhm.
but it's a belt-driven turbo where a turbocharger is driven off of the exhaust.
Oh,
Pro Charger is
yeah.
belt-driven, but it's formed like a turbo, and then a supercharger mounts right on top of the engine, and that's the big blower you see in all the movies.
Yeah.
That's belt-driven. And
So I was looking, I was thinking I could build a car for like 40,000, and then 40 to 50, and then every race that they have, they give away $40,000 for the winner. They do 9 races a year, 40,000, and then whoever wins points also, you get an extra 200,000 and all kinds, like almost a full garage setup, like tools. There's tons of money right there.
So it's like it takes money to make money, basically.
Yeah.
And my problem
But once
is,
you make money, you make a lot of money. Like,
it takes skill to be fast in a straight line. I'm not taking anything away from that. I want to be fast around a circle. Or not a circle. I want to be fast on a road course.
He wants to build a pickup truck that can drag race and drift and run an oval course and a road course.
Just use the old Ranger.
No,
He is.
the Ranger is going to be built for road course. Road course and drifting. It's not being built for drag. It's using a motor that's out of a drag car, but it's not going to be built for drag.
well, I'd say just get different tires and stuff for it.
Suspension's got to be set up different
Yeah.
too. Steering angles and whatnot.
Yeah.
Our viewers interested in firearms are sorely disappointed, but
Yeah.
I'm having fun. No, seriously, because I'm learning
Yeah,
shit.
I played Forza a couple times.
Hey guys, I don't mean to brag, but Need for Speed Underground 1, that was my shit.
I can play that shit on medium. It said my shits were perfect.
Everything that people are good at, I just have played the video game version. Like somebody in a band on here be like, yeah, I play Guitar Hero.
Of course, like I'm tactical as shit, dude. My KD
Played
ratio is
Guitar
through
Hero,
the
shit. I
roof.
played Rock Band.
What? So, like, realistically, the NHRA route, unless you're just loaded already, that's kind of tough to get into, right?
Yeah, unless you had like a big team. I don't know.
So, some kind of street car, like you were talking about, is way more feasible.
By yourself, yes. Like you could do that and just open your own garage.
So they have like teams like NASCAR, I guess?
Yeah, pretty much.
If he continues getting times like he did, that .006, if he continues running times like that, sponsors will find him
Seriously.
and they will give him a car
Well, and see, that's the
for
thing.
him to drive.
That's what I was telling my mom. I'm like, well, our mom, you know.
Oh, now he told him out.
Nah, you just outed all of us.
What?
I'm just kidding.
You said we were brothers earlier. So.
Turn
Did
it
I?
off.
He
Yeah,
said we were brothers.
We're done. We're done. You ruined it.
That's our little brother, but yeah.
Damn it. This isn't a special guest. Like, we got a race car driver today. He's like, our mom. I'm like, God.
No.
It's fun.
Well,
I'm just
I
kidding.
got messed up.
Wait, that's fucking Caleb?
See, this is why I can't tell stories. I don't have any.
No, you're talking about the cars, and
Oh, so yeah, so like.
You barely been drinking, dude.
Barely.
I
Always
just,
watch this. All
She's
for
okay.
babies are on
I
here.
don't give
We're
a shit
on
about
camera.
that. I care about the fucking feds watching this.
Yeah, you know
So-
after. Well, we didn't post last week, but then we put it.
Trust me, every time I've gotten him drunk, he turns super red. He's not red.
Every
He's
time
fine.
you've gotten him drunk, which is the
Alright,
total
so what were
of 0
you saying?
times, right?
Nuts.
Caleb, go ahead.
so, like, I really believe right now, like, social media and stuff is insane. I don't know if you guys seen Katie Lane, I could be saying it wrong, on TikTok. He literally has, like, I think, like, 110 million followers and hasn't said a single word. Like, I don't even think he knows English. But, okay, he's from a different country, so,
That makes sense. If you don't know English.
yeah, so,
I was gonna say, he just
literally
likes
he just, like,
stupid.
reacts to stuff, like, without saying anything, and, like, makes fun of,
Wait,
like,
are you
stupid
talking about the
things.
guy that?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that guy. He literally,
Yeah.
he's like the biggest account on YouTube or on TikTok, and that's all he does.
Made no
That
fucking
sounds
sense
about
to me at all, but I got
So
you.
anyway,
People come up with dumb ways to do stuff and they post it on TikTok, and then he goes, "But isn't it just easier to do this?"
yeah,
And he does the thing and then points at it and
Okay.
then shakes his head. That's all. That's his whole shtick.
Oh, I know who you're talking
Yeah.
about. Is it
yeah.
the little black kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's
Well,
like
I'm sorry. I don't
No,
know
I
his
get
name. He doesn't speak. And
yeah, it's so like
yeah, he's funny. He's,
Yeah.
I never heard him speak, but he's
yeah,
funny.
he's never said a word, not in English anyway.
Anyway, TikTok is popular.
Yeah, so like
TikTok is popular.
It's what all the kids are on these days.
yeah, so
The social
I
media.
I just believe that it's so easy. Not easy. I won't say easy. It's definitely a
easy.
challenge, but no, like to like start like a business, like, cause like no,
Have you ever? You had?
no,
This
I'm
dude's balls
not
is
finishing my
massive.
sentence.
Did you-
I meant to
you
start a
had
business over
dreams.
social media.
You guys got to talk one at a time because they get so. This is why we wear headphones.
Yeah, but you gotta understand. I can barely hear this shit.
I hear you.
All right,
You're
so
also getting everything at once.
So it's super, super easy to start a business. I'm just kidding.
yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I think a lot of stuff to say, but
You just been dragging dick across the whole podcast.
yeah.
I didn't realize you had this much swagger. You're professional racers. I'm not saying they're bad, but you know, I kick the shit out of them.
There's like one me, but yeah.
There's people who have businesses. Shit's so fucking easy these days.
Wait, hang on.
He said, biggest TikToker in the world. He's stupid. He doesn't even speak English.
He's stupid. Doesn't speak English. Business owners, I can do that. It's easy. But I'm not saying it's easy to start a business.
I genuinely don't know how that tied back into what you were saying. Like, yeah, I'm really good at racing, and I could probably dominate TikTok and start a business.
No, I don't.
I'm hearing you out.
I'm joking.
You're talking about. I'm assuming making some kind of business
Well, like,
out of the racing.
yeah, like
Yeah, I got it. I'm just fucking with you.
so.
What you're talking? I mean, I don't mean to put words in your mouth. It sounds like you're talking about, like, basically. It seems like what has probably happened for years. This guy's make money from racing.
Yeah.
But what you're trying to do is like you can race and create content.
Like by starting a vlog.
Yeah, pretty much.
I know a great place in Wyoming. I'll stop.
Wah wah.
I was trying to get Corey to go, you bastard.
That one just didn't make any damn sense.
No, I didn't. I didn't. I was expecting Corey to go, you dick.
I'm just
But
picturing
he
the,
didn't.
I'm just picturing the sound when Pac-Man dies. Like wah 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 wah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys need to find a way to do the shit you're trying to do, because he is trying to like fix and restore cars and sell them. And my advice to him was the same thing.
Who said anything about sell? I just want to fix restore.
He wants a bunch of shit. But no, I told him the same thing. I'm like, if you document it and get good photos, good video along the way. To me, I actually told him at your races, I was like, because the idea is kind of like buy cars that are in decent shape but need some TLC, clean them up at least at first. What's your long-term goal? Do custom stuff, like you're doing custom cars, custom builds. But I told him, I was like, start out buying, cars that need some TLC but are overall okay. Yeah. Clean them up, get them nice looking. And I told him, I'm like, go to your races. There's people who love cars out there all day, every day, and it's like a car show for the whole weekend. Mm-hmm. And so, I told him, I'm like, build a car, take it out there with a for sale sign in the window. People will buy it, get your name out there.
I almost bought a car because of
now, if you mix that with the fact that you're trying to race cars, or not trying, you are successfully. I mean, if you're building cars that he's putting out on the track, and then you also have one over for sale that we're sitting by, I'm making some shit happen here. And then they all just have my logo on them.
Then we call it Prestige Worldwide.
Hey, actually, there's a market there. We could do.
Well,
we put liquid paper on a B.
I wish some
we
of
could
these
do
dudes,
center console gun safes and all the cars that we sell.
I was gonna say, I wish some of these dudes that were super into guns had a bunch of extra money. Cars and guns, kinda.
Cars and guns at the same time.
That's just what we're gonna call the channel: Cars and Guns.
Guns and cars and cars and guns and.
Well, I think my long-term goal is just to build a race car. So like just chassis almost, and then you do what you want to it, like because I don't even know, but like welding and stuff, like I can do that after. Like out of high school, I could start a business doing that, even if I worked for someone else. Larry Jeffers, the biggest engine or race car builder in the world, lives 10 minutes from my house. So like even if I just went and worked for him and was working on those cars.
I had the
until I saved up money to like start a shop with my own. What?
Who are you talking about?
Larry Jeffers. He's actually.
I don't know where
he just builds like. Larry Jeffers race cars. If you're looking it up, is how you find it.
Yeah, where's he?
He's House Springs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were still living in Arnold. I was like,
well, my dad
Wallaces
lives down
really
in
that
Festus.
big?
Yeah, his dad lives down in Festus, so it's
Okay.
kind of right in between.
So
What you were saying about the business thing, I talked about the same thing. I thought about looking for like a day job that was just working at some kind of gun shop or something, and making content based on what I learned there until I can kind of do my own thing.
Yeah.
And Corey talked me out of that.
What did I do?
You said if I don't do my own business, I'm a pussy.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
But-
he's not wrong.
All right, well, if you guys want to invest, put your money where your mouth
Hey,
is.
I told you. You give me a number, I'll invest. But I thought we was using my military background.
We'll get into this later.
Yeah.
Let's put all our business plans and financials out on the podcast. It'll be fine.
yeah.
So I have $500 in my account right now. I will give you 10% of it as my buy-in.
After tomorrow, I'll have almost nothing left.
That shit's pretty legit.
Larry Jeffers?
So
You hiring?
he is right now. He needs a welder.
That's what I'm saying.
He's taking classes.
You know he's watching this.
He's a promising racer. Yeah, we have a huge platform. We get 50 views per video.
If
That's
you're
not
looking
bad
for an
for
engine
TV.
builder,
And a misogynist.
I'm not a misogynist.
They had a waitress
Wait.
that was flat.
No, I like misogynists. Is that what a misogynist is?
What?
I don't give massages, so I'm not a misogynist.
Ah, fuck, you took it. I just said he didn't even finish chiropractor school. He's not a misogynist.
Chiropractor school
He doesn't
takes
even-
15 minutes and he didn't finish that.
He doesn't even have a table.
It was almost done and then I had to pee, so. Shout out chiropractors.
No, seriously, you guys could put something together. Seriously, you like building cars, you like racing cars,
Yeah. But I like.
and you want to sell cars, and you need money.
Let's pool together and build race cars.
And I get to do what I do best. Like, just slap a logo on the shit. Yeah.
Or you could do.
No,
merch.
you get to invest.
No, you
You
can make like
invest.
With-
cool shirts.
You want to put a
Merch
sticker on
makes
everything?
excellent.
You get to buy the car and pay for the parts, and
That's
then
not how that
we'll
works.
take the
Yeah,
profit.
and it kind of is.
No, it is.
That is exactly how investors work.
How much is your car, you said?
5,000.
Yeah, see, like 10% of that I put down last year. Yeah. I got announced as the main sponsor when he won his $1,000.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And how much of that $1,000 did you get in return?
That's a
We
great
got
question.
advertising.
Yeah, that's why Larry Jeffers is watching this shit.
Exactly. He's like, I gotta
see,
find out.
See, and he got nothing.
He's got a point. Normally, sponsors.
Sponsors only get advertisement. Out of
Yeah,
it.
sponsors do not
But
get their money back.
An investor
Well, he didn't.
Gets a share
We
of
put a
profits.
sticker on our cars, on both cars. So
Which
they
sticker?
Never.
Our
The
city
act-
codes.
Yeah.
What?
That's an
What?
ugly looking fucking logo.
No, it's,
He hates that
it's a
one.
bitch.
I hate that logo.
I like that one. I think it's kind of cool.
What does your logo look like?
My logo?
Oh,
Dude,
speaking
no.
of-
I was just about to say, it's just a giant dick that looks like, what's that, Kilroy. The Kilroy was
Oh,
here.
Speaking of logos, I'd like to create one just for the future.
I got you.
I have an idea. I just want to be simple, but
He's listening. Listen, look at, I was joking. I'm like, oh, he's listening. I look over and he's like,
No, I've drawn up a few logos for shops.
well, I haven't drawn any. But like, I want to be called Kodiak because I like bears. But
So bears and mountains.
well, I was thinking just like a claw mark, and then like just Kodiak Customs or Kodiak.
That sounds
something.
kick ass.
Just black and white or silver maybe. Just simple. I think-
Kodiak Customs
See,
sounds legit as fuck.
That almost sounds. Kodiak Customs doesn't, but that logo scratches with Kodiak sounds familiar.
we'll have to make sure.
Grizzly Chew.
We almost fucked up
Well,
our
there's
podcast.
Kodiak too.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean,
Well, people. I mean, there's
there's only so many types of bears though.
the
So.
St. Louis Cardinals and the Louisville Cardinals. It's okay.
And race car drivers like chew.
True.
Is that accurate?
That's pretty accurate. Well, well,
He goes, it's pretty accurate. Well,
He goes, no, and he's like, very accurate.
well, see, he goes, yeah. Well,
no, it's kind of
It's
true.
like the UFC when you're like racing out of Festus, Missouri. I'm like, do race car drivers like chew? Oh, yeah. He's like, no.
Most of them I know do.
How about
look,
how
if
about
you're not
candidates?
driving 150 down the track with a cigarette hanging out of your mouth, you're a pussy.
Yeah, but
I
They
It's
don't
like
put
those-
gasoline all over the track and shit.
chew is the safer choice around gasoline.
It is.
How about Canadips? Let's get sponsored by them.
Canadips.
Yeah,
oh,
I've seen
no,
that
I
shit.
know what that is.
Canada.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh,
instead of-
God.
There you go.
No,
Yes,
it's-
that's exactly what I did. I was like, wait.
No, it's CBD.
Yeah.
Hence, Canadips.
Yeah, it's
We,
like CBD.
got it. We understand.
Okay, so what's your point?
It's not legal in this state yet.
CBD is legal, fucktard.
This could be the soundbite of this episode. CBD is legal, fucktard.
Oh, name, that's the name of the podcast. That is the name of episode 4. CBD is legal, fucktard.
I'm gonna have to change it.
You're gonna have to listen to an hour and 10 in to figure out what the hell.
Episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. CBD is legal, fucktard.
Oh, this one must be good. All right.
We're gonna take an intermission. I need to start.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do a break. All right, we're back. So, one of the struggles of running a podcast is if we get to talking about something when we're not recording, we're kind of like, shit, this will be good content. So we went outside for a John smoke break and got to talking about World War II.
Yeah, because I'm the only one that smoked. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Caleb had like 4. But anyway, so...
Not mine.
So, we talked a little bit about Kilroy, but, yeah,
We started talking about.
I think where we left off is that America in both world wars kind of just stepped in and kicked the shit out of everybody.
It's like Dad pulling the car over.
Yeah, that's the way John put it. He's like, it's like when the spitball hits the back of Dad's head and he pulls the car over. It's like, all right, enough fucking around. Twice.
It's kind of funny. I don't know. Admittedly, I don't know as much about World War One as I did World War
I
Two.
don't either.
Yeah.
But wasn't the story behind the U.S. entering World War One basically like they said that Germany was trying to fuck us over by talking to Mexico and sank one of our ships and shit? And then it came out that like maybe we did that, or maybe it wasn't Germany at all.
Well, see, and if I remember that correctly, it was Germany reached out to Mexico and said, attack America from the south. We're going to come in from the coast. And Mexico's reply was, fuck that. Remember the Alamo? And turned it over to the U.S. That's the story I've heard.
I don't think that's true. I think the first part of what you said was true. That was
It's a rough translation.
That was the
Yeah.
As far as I understand, and again, I could be wrong because World War II is more what I know, but as far as I understand, that's the official story, but now it's kind of like maybe, just maybe, Germany didn't send that message. But the U.S. government needed the people to be behind going into the war, and at that point they weren't.
It's
So
like
I think it had something to do with some civilian ship that got sank too, and they're like, oh, fuck that.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Is that they kept like cargo ships that were meant to like take supplies over into Europe. But that's what they told us in school.
something like that.
I think Germany got pissed off because the U.S. was supposed to be neutral and they were sending passenger ships over to Britain that had,
Yeah, that's
oh,
what-
there might be some supplies on it. So Germany just started sinking U.S. ships, and they're like, hey, how about fuck that?
Yeah. That's what.
And then like
That's what.
6 months later, the war ended.
So, in one way,
6 months later.
Then some other stuff happened.
Some
Something
other
about-
stuff happened. A couple cities in Japan blew up. And
Oh, that wasn't for a
peace.
few years.
we came over with some 1913s and
Yeah, I was gonna say, World War One, we were just like, hey, check this thing out. We call this a trench gun.
you know those nifty little ditches you have? It'd be a shame if someone sprayed into them with lead.
Hey, what if one trigger pull could just like clear that shit out?
Dude, shotguns are so much more dangerous than people give them credit for. Not to totally change the subject, but no, I was gonna say, yeah, it's almost like the military-industrial complex was at it even back then. But no, and then yeah, we were talking about some of the memes like in World War II, how Germany's just kind of slaying, and then Japan's like, yeah, we bombed the U.S. and Germany was like, pardon. What a good like I just made the joke that like they were at it back then, but God, what a way to be when the whole world's at war and we're just sitting back like, just leave us alone. And then when something happens, we go in and just fucking end it.
Well, we told you.
It would have came to our front door eventually.
Unleash the sun.
Honestly, it's probably a good thing it happened the way it did, because if Germany had finished with Russia and then turned all of its attention toward those minor,
Yep.
I still think we would have won, but I don't think it would have gone down the same way.
That's why, like, okay, so I generally consider myself a non-interventionist. Like, I don't like us getting involved in a bunch of stupid shit. But at the same time, there has to be some degree of protecting your interests. Like, kind of like Israel, like a fairly stable country over in the Middle East where not much is very stable. It's like, there is a reason to try to keep some stuff, to where it's not going to totally screw you. And the Middle East, and like I said with Israel, is probably the closest thing we had to not letting Germany get too big. Because like if Israel did fall to some of the countries around it, you obviously not nearly dealing with the technology and firepower of Germany at the time, but it's along the same lines. Yeah, you don't want to let enemies get too big. But everything's so much more complicated now, though. Like all these proxy wars, like that wasn't a. I don't want to say it wasn't a thing, because I'm sure some historian is like, no,
yeah, there were politics back then, but it seemed that the stakes seemed higher or more real. I don't know.
Yeah, there's just so much we don't understand anymore. Like, there's so many countries that if we even touch, then it's a problem with China, and we don't want a problem with China.
We already have a problem with China.
One of my favorite quotes is a Japanese general during World War II said, "A war on U.S. soil would be foolish for whoever invades, because there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass."
Yeah.
Where did we go wrong?
That's a pretty cool reputation to have.
Hooah.
There are 10 billion guns in the world, and the U.S. has 51%.
That's why, like, some of the people who make the argument now, like, what are you going to turn against the government or any of the reasons you need them for war reasons? Like, yeah, let's not pretend they're all for fun or for hunting or for anything like that. Some of them are for serious shit.
The real reason the Second Amendment was.
But it's not always a, we don't like this politician. It's never, we don't like this politician, let's turn on. But because of that attitude, like, that's part of what we are. And that's the thing. It's like, on the one hand, there's no precedent to justify it, but there's a reason there's no precedent to justify it. It's because, historically, there's people who are like, we're not doing that. That's
suicide.
And Japan was like a super power then too. That wasn't like.
I don't think many people realize that, because now it's like, when you think of Japan, it's like.
Oh, they're making their way back, but.
I mean, technology-wise.
Making their way back, huh?
But as a military superpower, like, that was a serious
not
fleet.
military.
Like, Imperial Japan back in the day.
Yeah.
That was. I don't think many people realize the power that was.
After World War II, they weren't allowed to have a navy for years, and then their navy now is like, I think they started a new navy in 1954.
Yeah, I think it's.
It's like still nothing compared to anybody else in the world.
Well, it kind of ties in what I was just about to say. I was trying to say, I think it's cool how, like, now how I'd say the U.S. and Japan are pretty tight. They get along well.
Yeah, we're cool.
But you probably don't need that kind of navy when you're no longer, like, trying to piss off the U.S. It's like, hey, if we just stay friends with these dudes, we can just build these robots that fuck you.
He's not even wrong.
And as long as we're cool with them, they'll keep selling them to us. Or we'll unleash the sun again.
You supply us with Nintendo and sex dolls, we're cool.
We're not dropping the sun again.
Bro, I think that's what happened. Like, after we dropped the nuke, they're like, okay, fucking baseball's cool. We'll admit it.
Y'all want some sushi?
No Nintendo, no sushi, no sex dolls. You get the sun again.
Yeah, but Japan is now on my list of countries that I'd like to visit.
Yeah, me too. Our grandpa went there, God, I don't know what year, but I know years ago he went there for, it's like a couple weeks. But, like, how cool, though.
Give me some,
Broke out the proper 12 because I got such a shout out.
Shout out John Jones. He's done.
Yeah.
Before we get too far off the topic of Navy, I saw this video one time. It was like just describing how powerful our Navy is. And it's like one of our aircraft carriers alone is like just as powerful as any other Navy in the entire world. Like fully loaded and everything. And we have 52 of them.
Did you? No, go ahead.
And then we have like the super carriers or the mega ones or something. We have 12 of those. And those are like, I don't know how
They're
accurate
literally
it is.
floating cities.
Yeah, they're like
over
more
8,000
powerful than
people.
a lot of militaries. That's what
like when I don't know, like after this whole Afghanistan debacle, which we're not going to dive into anymore, but like after that, when people are like, oh, it kind of weakens the U.S., like it makes them not really. Like, do you realize like the amount of energy that we put into that was not very much because there wasn't a clear mission. If it was like World War II, where it's like, okay, we need to recapture France, we need to move into Germany, capture the capital, get them to surrender.
Probably.
If we had a clear mission and we dedicated all of our resources to doing that, it's not even a fight.
Problem was, in World War I, World War II, there were distinct battlefields. There were cities
Right.
that had been leveled and evacuated. There were war grounds. This war we were fighting, and where we were fighting at, a block away, there are kids playing soccer.
Right.
Or football or whatever. that was the big deal with that one, was there were too many chances for civilian casualties.
Yeah.
Not only that, but wasn't like Vietnam the first war where they're really like broadcasting from.
Yeah, that's why
That fucked up a
Vietnam
lot.
got such a bad rap, because the
They can
general population finally saw what war was like.
they can show you on video, and there's the kids playing soccer. Like,
Yeah.
it's always been a thing, but I think like, not to dive back into the Civil War, but that was like a big thing. Is like the pictures of like Gettysburg and stuff. They said that woke a lot of people up because like people have this like majestic view of combat, and especially back then, it was like it was
It's like
honor.
It's like a formal thing.
Yeah, and then like they said, like people seeing videos of these dudes like starting to decay and stuff, and just what it actually is.
I think it's kind of. I mean, it seems like might seem like I'm stretching for a comparison here, but it's kind of like how what's a company or a country that like requires that adult males have a gun in the house?
Have a gun in the house?
Mm-hmm. Is it It's not Austria. There's some country that's like
I think
law,
like Finland or
something like that.
It's
I'll look it up.
Sweden. Maybe.
There's some country that like it's like a requirement that you have a gun in the house, and I've always said, like, as pro gun as I am, I don't think it's for everybody.
But the thing is, that country that does that, they've got a rule, like you have to have a rifle, or you have to have some Switzerland. You have to have a firearm, but you can't have any ammo on the property. It's a really messed up law.
Is that right?
Yeah. Because I was reading something about it.
It makes no sense at all. I never heard that part of it.
Because somebody used, for your argument, oh, everybody has, if you're over 18, you have to have a weapon. And the guy from Switzerland goes, yeah, but you're not allowed to have ammo, and when you carry it, the firing pin has to be taken out unless you're at a range.
God.
And then, hang on, it gets better. He goes, but, kudos, America, focused on the important things, having a gun, not our healthcare system or taxes or any of that.
My point is that people who say that, like there's people who are like, everyone should have one. And I've always said, I'm like, I don't think that's true. It's something that certain people should have. It is not something that every person should have.
Yeah.
Like, it's a responsibility that not everyone is cut out for. And I think war is kind of the same way. There are people who can go to battle, can go to war, who are cut out for that kind of thing. It is not something that should be broadcast or shown to everybody. Not because, like, I've heard people say, like, oh, well, they used to be able to hide the horrible things they did. What's that quote? I don't even remember who said it. It's an old quote, war is hell. And I was like...
Oh, that's not Patton, is it?
Maybe. I think it's older than that, though. It's been one of those things that's, like, so re-quoted that I don't even know who the original person is. But, yeah, it's one of those things, like, that is not something for everyone to see. Not something everyone should see. Not so you can hide that horrible things you do, but it is not something that everyone should experience or see or have access to. I mean, I know one of the big things that you're behind and have talked about already on the few episodes we did is like the veteran suicides and how much it screws people up. There's not something that the general public needs to know every detail about. There's some things you guys are lucky not to know what's going on. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's definitely changed things. And I've always said that about people who disguise women and children or hide behind them. It's such a cowardly enemy. It's like they have no... and even like in World War II, when we were fighting the Germans or the Japanese or whoever, there was still a sense of honor and...
Japan pulled some skeet shit.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, people, for the most part, throughout history, have obeyed... Like, what's this... we mentioned it in the first episode, like the scene in The Patriot, where, like, these are wounded soldiers, and they're not to be harmed. Like, there's a sense of you don't do certain things, and the last 40 years we've been facing enemies who don't play by those rules.
And it's really messed up, and it's been longer than that. I mean, granted, it's another movie, but look at Saving Private Ryan. When Vin Diesel's character got shot, and the medic tried to go out there, sniper shot again, even though the medic had the Red Cross on there. Geneva Convention, you cannot shoot.
Was Geneva Convention after World War II? Or after World War One?
After World War I think, is a mustard gas.
Okay,
was it the Geneva Convention, or was that the what the hell? What
Paris
city was
Accord?
it? The Paris Accords?
Something like that.
I remember.
It was one of them, but I think that was in that as well. But you weren't supposed to shoot a medic, and they did it.
That's why they had the mark helmets.
They did it in Korea. They did it in Vietnam. They did it.
I'm not saying no one has ever... Like, I mean, one of the things
different, though.
in Saving Private Ryan also, at the beginning when the Germans come out with their hands up and they're like, what? And shoot him, and they're like, what'd he say? And he's like, oh, look, I washed for supper. Like, I'm not...
Our corpsmen don't wear Red Cross anywhere on their uniform when they're out. They don't.
There's no point anymore.
Yeah, because...
Well, wasn't it making them more of a target?
Their Humvees still do, but their Humvees still get blown up by IEDs and vehicle bombs.
Yeah, that's more for friendlies to know which ones.
I thought in the Middle East they were like they consider it more of a target to take out medics and stuff.
Yeah, because then you can't get aid to everybody else, which is more fucked up.
I know
because the medics don't just support medical treatment to us; it's to civilian casualties. It's to even enemies. If me and you were in a firefight and I shoot you in the leg and you're bleeding out of your femoral artery, you didn't die from the gunshot. Technically, we have to provide support, so our corpsman's going to tourniquet you and you're going to be detained.
Yeah, I think
How
that's
often that happens, who knows?
I think that's the core difference is like we've been fighting enemies that don't have a citizenry that they care about. Like these dudes.
Yeah.
Like, as bad as the Nazis were, at the end of the day, they still were all in Germany and their citizens and stuff. Like, there's a reason those rules work, because there's something at stake for both sides. Like, when you're fighting the Taliban or ISIS, like, they kill their own citizens too, so they don't...
That's why it's the Wild West, and it feels like you either need to commit to... I know it sounds horrible. You need to either commit to completely wiping it out or leave it alone. Like you can't go in there and try to set rules and make people play by them. It's not going to happen.
You can't.
Full of Civil War.
Yeah. This is going to come out more fucked up than what you're saying. And I'm not saying that it applies to everybody, but you can't bring civilized laws to uncivilized people, and that's not everybody over there. That is the select few that we've been fighting.
It's most.
If you're chanting death to America and using kids as
that's uncivilized.
Yeah, I'm not worried about offending.
Well, the
terrorists.
Yeah.
Or terrorist sympathizers. Shout out Ilhan Omar.
When we make a statement like that, it's like a blanket statement. You almost got to go back and backtrack before you offend.
I don't think I do.
The snowflakes.
I get it, and that's like I said.
If you're offended by us shit talking terrorists, then I don't.
And the thing is, they're gonna go, "How dare you? Not all Muslims are like that." And that's where.
If you're not like that, then don't help out.
What I was about to say is, while I agree with what you're saying, is I'm not worried about offending terrorists or terrorist sympathizers or enablers. At the same time, I'm not saying that the correct answer is to just wipe everybody out and start over. But
at a certain point,
I'm
not saying wipe everybody out, but historically, that has been the one way to. In the Civil War, it was Grant and total war, and he told Lincoln, he's like, if you want to win the war, let us win this shit, and that's what that was. And
like I said, not everyone's cut out for it.
Sherman's March to the Sea was pretty fucking brutal, but he won. And then World War II, we just talked about fucking Japan.
In some ways, war is not a. I don't want to say war is immoral because it's part of human history, and we're not past it yet. I don't know that we ever will be. I think it's part of human nature, but I don't. There's a degree of, are you willing to do what you have to do to win?
Absolutely.
And again, I'm not saying a couple of strategically placed nukes in the Middle East is the way to go, but if you were trying to actually win, that may be what it took. Right?
If there was
maybe not nukes, but America has been fighting with their right hand tied behind their back because we're playing by rules that the enemy is not playing by. And if you may not lose that way, but you're not going to win that way. You know what I mean? It's like we're strong enough to hold our own that way, but there's no way to win that way. And so you either ignore the rules that you have always played by, and like I said, easily win. If we really diverted all our resources and ignored the rules and we're like, okay, we're going to play your way, it would be over in 2 weeks if the U.S. was like, okay, all these rules of engagement and all the stuff we've done for the
troops on the ground, really.
That's what I mean. Like it'd be over. Like there's no contest. But if like it's kind of like a case of nice guys finish last. We're trying to play by all the rules and do the right things and protect civilians and not hurt anyone we're not supposed to hurt and all this stuff. While meanwhile the enemy is literally disguising the people they're not. They'll send a fucking kid with a vest strapped to him.
Oh, there are stories about Marines and everybody walking out on patrol and kids walking up to them and they're giving them candy bars and all this, like, hey, we're not here for you, we're here for these people. And these kids would walk up and just pull the pins out of their grenades.
Yeah, see that? This shit legitimately pissed me off talking about it.
That's what I'm saying. You either put the rules aside, which again I don't think is the answer. I'm not even gonna say I'm not saying it is the answer. I don't think it is. Or you leave it the fuck alone. And kind of like we talked about with both world wars, we're gonna be over here. You leave us the fuck alone. And you cross the line, bets are off. We'll unleash the sun.
They know the rules too. That's what pisses everybody off.
Who, them? Yeah.
Because
of course they do.
They can take an AK and run a bunch of pop shots into the side of a Humvee, drop the gun. We can't return fire because they're unarmed.
Fuck that.
We can't.
I told you
The threat is no longer there. They do not have a weapon in their hands. We cannot return fire.
I told you when I was at basic, and I was hurt. Like I was like, this is sucking. And it was kind of looking 50-50 whether I was going to be able to finish or not. I remember when we went over our rules of engagement, I still have the card downstairs. It's the rules of engagement, what you're allowed to do and win. It's a little laminated card. It's like a trifold thing that we were supposed to keep in our pocket. And I remember as we're going over this, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? Because I was going, I was going to be an MP. And so a lot of it had to do with like working a gate or something like at a base or something like that. And it was, if a vehicle was driving at you. You do a verbal warning. You do a physical warning, like hands up. Then you can aim or hold your rifle at the low ready. Then you can aim it at the ground in front of the vehicle. Then you can take a few shots at the ground in front of the vehicle. Then you can take a few shots at the engine block and try to disable the vehicle. And then, like if they continue going, then you can engage a target. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, how slow are these fuckers driving that you're doing all this?
How many rounds do you have in a magazine?
And even if you take out a driver,
that car's still coming at you.
It's still rolling at 40, 50 miles an hour. I'm like, what?
Or faster.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell are these rules? Like you're setting people up to get blown up.
See, that's kind of shit. If you're gonna do that, then what's the point?
Exactly. Like, why put people over there?
Did you ever hear about the tank brigade that was rolling through Baghdad? It had like 10 tanks. Heading down the fucking street. Taxi comes around the corner, flies up right in front. Everybody points at him, stop. Guy stopped. They told him to turn around, that he needs to leave. No, we ain't doing it. Went on for a few minutes, went through everything they had to. Finally, rolled one tank up, and the second that it went up onto the hood, guy jumped out of the car, ran. Rolled over the tank, and then the tank rolled over the car, and then every tank behind him rolled over the car. That man sued the U.S. government for loss of pay, for the loss of his vehicle, the loss of pay for the year till he was able to get a new vehicle, and then also sued for emotional distress. He got like $2 million out of the U.S. government. Because he was a fucking asshole and didn't listen to what they said.
And I know there are people out there that are like, whoa, well, he's just trying to live his life. Fuck you. Like, you don't, when you're in that country, you don't, I mean, if those are the circumstances, you don't get to live a normal fucking life and, oh no, fuck you, I don't want to. Because he knows that motherfuckers are doing that shit. He knows that people are, this shit legitimately pisses me off.
No, I agree.
That's, people do the same thing with Vietnam, and it's like, oh, you couldn't win that. Like, shut the fuck up, man.
Vietnam was a fuck show too. I wasn't there.
It's the same shit.
You weren't?
I've heard enough stories. Yeah, you know, me and Charlie duking it out back in Nam.
You weren't in Nam, you old jive turkey.
Yeah, this shit, bro.
What did you call
hearing about when they got back and shit, though, man, that's like a low point in this country's history. I'm serious.
Vietnam?
The way the veterans were treated when they got back from Vietnam.
Disgusting.
Fucking spitting on them.
Because
go fuck yourself, dude.
I don't remember if we talked about it last week or not, or if it was a personal conversation I had, but it's like the beef is with the brass and the people making decisions. It's not the people on the ground.
But the problem is, it was taken out on the people on the ground.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they were the ones carrying out the orders. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the fact that our country acted that way.
Right.
They're also trying to fucking survive.
Yeah, and couldn't find a fucking job. More Vietnam vets homeless than any other fucking
demographic.
Well, I'm saying over there, even you can say, oh, like. You can call them kid killers, all that shit, whatever you want to, dude, but hearing some of those stories about...
They did what they had to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And they did what they had to do to survive, given the circumstances that they were in.
What a lot of people don't realize, too, if you disobey orders, they can shoot you on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's desertion or treason or whatever if you're not doing what you're supposed to do. But so it's not like someone told you to do something horrible and you just did it.
We also had a bunch of fucking fuck-ups in that war, too. The My Lai massacre.
Oh, for sure.
All kinds of shit.
But again, how many of those were because people on the ground just fucked up?
Well, the My Lai massacre was because the fucking brass said, this is the village, and they went in and they wiped out everyone in the village. Men, women, children, everyone. It was the wrong goddamn village. They wiped out a civilian village that wasn't an enemy, They were in the wrong place.
Well,
And they wiped everyone out.
did you guys, not to, God damn it, because we're not going to go heavy on this episode. We come in, we're like, the U.S. kicked ass in both world wars. Did you see the story this week that they finally admitted what they did with that drone strike?
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking
early
about the one that killed
2021?
10 civilians?
Or 2020?
No, a month ago.
Oh,
So,
I don't even think I heard about it.
so there was a drone strike. The U.S., with their satellite images, right before we left Afghanistan, as we're leaving, they're kind of monitoring stuff. And right before we left, there was a guy who was kind of showing what they thought was strange behavior. He was going certain places. They had pictures of him loading jugs into his car. They decided it was an immediate threat, so they're going to drone strike this dude. So they waited till he got home, which was in the middle of a urban area. He parked his car in a carport. Like, their buildings there, they have carports in the middle, so they have big gates out on the road, kind of like an alley, except with a giant metal gate. He pulled his car in there, and they launched a Hellfire missile, blew the fuck out of his car. Done. Big explosion, all this. Well, as it got investigated, they realized this guy was not loading bombs and explosives, because I guess their thought was that he was going to drive to the airport with a car loaded with explosives and do something. Well, it has since kind of come out that that guy was not associated with ISIS or any terrorist group. He was just a guy. In fact, he ran some kind of, I don't want to say charity, but some kind of, he was helping people. The water in his neighborhood was out, so when he went to work, he would fill a bunch of water jugs with fresh water to bring to his neighborhood. Those were the jugs he was bringing. The briefcases and stuff they saw him bringing, that was their laptops and stuff. They were bringing it home. They broke it down. This guy was literally living a normal day. And this is when people started asking questions. So at this point, they're like, what was this strike? It killed 10 civilians. 7 of them were kids. And so basically what happened was this guy was a normal guy doing normal shit. He was bringing fresh water home because the water in their neighborhood was out. He brought water home. They struck his car. Well, I guess every day after work, his older brother was talking about every day when he got home, the kids would run outside to greet him. They'd sit in his car and they're like, oh, cool. He'd let them back the car into the alley and stuff. That's the car they hit. So they got to looking. Well, then he was driving a white Toyota. Well, then they found a car that was loaded with explosives. I don't remember if they actually struck it. I don't think they struck it, but it didn't detonate. I don't remember. They found another car, white Toyota. That was probably the one they're looking at. But this fucking guy that looked at, well, the initial story was oh, well, there were explosives in it because after we struck it, there was a secondary explosion and all this shit, which indicates that it was loaded with stuff because there was a big fire and the Afghan citizens were asking questions what the fuck? A missile came out of the sky and blew up this car. Now, there was the story at first was there was a secondary explosion, which makes us think it was full of all this stuff. Well, I don't remember what newspaper. One of them went physically and did an in-depth investigation and stuff. There was no secondary explosion. They had 3 different experts look at it. They're like, this is consistent with a Hellfire missile. They saw the shrapnel that normally comes from this. There was some melted things that came from the fire because the car caught on fire afterwards. They're like, they looked at the vegetation on the tree in the courtyard. They're like, no, this was a missile hit this car and that was it. They just fucking admitted that they hit the wrong target. And this fucking Millie guy or whatever the fuck his name is, this general, said they at the time thought it was he called it a righteous strike. No, we were justified to strike it, we thought. But then when they found out they were wrong, literally his fucking quote was it was the wrong target and we offer our sincerest apologies. I'm like, can we take a timeout? And as much as we fucking hear about how people don't care about brown people and we do all this stuff, can you take a fucking second to think that if a country like China or Russia struck a goddamn bus here and killed an innocent person along with 7 kids, like 10 total civilians, 7 of them kids, and just said, literal, the fucking quote was, "We offer our sincerest apologies." Like, oops. Not a goddamn chance that we would just like, oh, it's okay. No, but yeah, we picked the wrong target. Our bad. What the fuck?
That's a tricky point because if the U.S. military and government is so in shambles that a country like Russia or China is literally fighting to keep terrorists from overtaking our government, and we have civilians in cooperation with those terrorists, like, yeah, fuck Russia, death to Russia. I'm not saying it makes it... I mean, what you just described is horrible. I'm just playing devil's advocate on that last point, that it is a different situation, so...
Then if they did it to us, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that, but...
But, I mean, that doesn't take away what is, like, huge monumental fuck-up. And that's just, like...
Just the fact that got me is that was their reparation. Like, oh, yeah, wrong target, sorry.
Yeah. That's
what are they supposed to do?
Not fucking drone strike people in a... Like I said, the fact that it was in an urban fucking area, in a house. Like, it's not like he was out in the desert doing something.
I guess that's my question. Why did they wait till he got back to a populated area?
He was at his house.
Probably in case there were more in the cell. If he was part of a terrorist cell,
yeah,
they want to take out...
Again, in their initial statement, when they first said there was a secondary explosion and stuff, they called it an ISIS safe house. But it just makes you fucking question the intelligence. Like, okay, maybe you really did think that, but you were dead-ass wrong.
See, now, the report that I read, because I did read this, about them admitting that it was a screw-up, it said that the CIA came out and admitted that it was a screw-up. The CIA ain't gonna admit shit. They're not gonna admit that they screwed up.
They're all fucking lying about each other.
Well, they'll all lie. They'll all try to cover it up, but the CIA will never come out and go, "Oh, our intel was bad." You're not going to convince me that they will. They're never going to admit that.
Well, what was the shit? Again, like I said,
they not just cause more shit than anything? Are they not constantly starting shit and fucking messing up?
Well, I mean, we'd have to go way... I'll bring it up in a second, but the... What was the last thing you said? Oh, they're not going to admit they fucked up or something. Yeah, when they were leaving Afghanistan and it got taken over so easy. Remember, the White House was like, no, they said it wouldn't. And then the Department of Defense was like, we didn't fucking say that. Like, they can't even agree with each other, let alone get their story straight to all of us. You know what I mean? Like
not a single one of them can agree.
They're not on the same page, and they're all trying to sell us the same... Well, they're trying to sell us bullshit when they can't even agree on what the bullshit is. But... there was another story this week. Again, I'm not well read on it, but I heard about it. You remember that Nasser, like the gymnast who...
Yeah. The head coach.
Fucking molester motherfucker.
No.
He's like the
gymnastics team.
U.S. Olympic gymnastic team coach.
No, you're going to have to fill me in on this one. Jesus.
It was while you were gone. It was one of the... he was like a trainer or a coach or something for the U.S. gymnastic team.
I think he was like head coach.
Which most of the competitors are, what, 15, 16, 17?
Young women.
Young women. Apparently, like, when he was... You know, he was a trainer, right?
He might have been head trainers. I think he's pretty high up.
Yeah. Basically, he was like molesting people when he was supposed to be helping them. Piece of shit. Well, during the trial, apparently, somebody brought this to the FBI. There were like 151 total victims from this motherfucker. 40 or 50 of them, about 50 of them, were after somebody went to the FBI and said something about it. And it was basically like, we'll look into it. 50 more fucking women abused by this motherfucker after it got taken to the FBI. I'm like, we'll get to it. They're so fucking useless.
Yeah, for 18 years, he was the team doctor for the United States Women's National Gymnastics Team.
See, but here's the thing. Why didn't they go to the police? Why did they go to the FBI?
Maybe they brought it to the police and police brought it to the FBI. Like, you gotta go up the ladder.
Yeah. But
again, like I said, I'm not well read on it. I don't know all the details. But basically, they dropped the fucking ball. And again, with 9/11 kind of recent, I mean, we didn't really go into it on the episode we were talking about it, but the amount of... You remember how, like, the whole story was that every department was kind of working, like, individually? Have you ever heard that? I feel like we're kind of leaving you out. When 9/11 happened, was it the FBI or the CIA? One of them was, like, in on these guys. But they basically didn't want to share their information because they wanted credit for some kind of bust. Like, oh, we're going to keep track of this. When, had they shared that information with other agencies, they could have kind of pieced it together and been like, whoa, this is a problem. But they're like, nah, we got it. And they follow until it was too late.
yeah.
Didn't share their fucking information. They're all fucking horrible. Like, we were talking, was it last week, about Ruby Ridge, Waco, Texas?
Oh, God.
The amount of fuck-ups. And it's like, how many things are you actually getting right?
Ruby Ridge was a colossal fuck up.
Waco was a fuck-up.
Well, Waco was a major fuck up, but Ruby Ridge was a colossal fuck up because
I would argue Waco should every bit as much, if not worse.
Ruby Ridge, they entrapped him. Because the ATF agent came to the house and said, I want you to cut my gun, give me a sawed-off. And he's like, I can't do it that short, it's illegal. He goes, oh, I'm just going to use it for shooting fucking squirrels in the garden. It's not going to be used for anything, please. And he goes, like, it's illegal. He's like, come on, man, I'll give you an extra, like, $500. He's
It's
like,
barely,
fine.
though, right? Like, by, like, 0.2 inches or something stupid.
Like, barely. And he did it. And he goes, oh, okay. And he goes, whatever. And he did it. And then they fucking killed his entire fucking family.
It's like, you don't have a dog, do you?
Defund the ATF.
The most ineffective fucking agency. I know we started talking about the FBI, CIA, but they're
That was open and shut entrapment. And what was it? 2 ATF agents and 6 civilians died in that?
Well, again, 54 in fucking Waco over some parts or something at a gun show.
They shot the kid.
Allegedly.
Or they shot the dog. Allegedly. They shot the dog. The kid turned and shot them. They didn't announce that they were ATF agents. At any point. At no point did they announce we're federal law enforcement.
Have you watched Waco?
A movie?
The series.
No, it's a series.
A series about
Oh,
Waco?
Fucking
shit.
awesome.
You gotta watch it. It
Awesome.
starts off with...
Is it accurate?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
Apparently, like,
government friendly.
well, some of the people who were like, not directors, but like they had people who were there, like, take part in making sure it was accurate.
Yeah.
They did a cool thing. They used, like, the real film from the camera crews, and they would, like, cut that in with what they filmed in the movie. So it would be, like, real...
They would show us, like, side by sides during the credits and stuff.
Is that on Netflix or?
No.
I bought it on Google.
Yeah.
We can watch it sometime. It's a really good series. And again, like we talked about, was it last week? Like, I mean, they were fucking weirdos. It's basically like, you can come live in my community, just let me lay on your wife.
But that's not illegal.
But, right.
They were a cult.
Yeah. But it's not a death sentence.
No.
They were a peaceful cult.
They were a peaceful cult. They had tons of guns.
Were they using them?
Actually, I don't know.
Should they have probably fucking had them? That's the thing. Is like, every time you fuck this up, it's like you're kind of proving the reason why people have this
Well,
shit.
the crazy thing about that is the fucking...
But
the Fed fulfilled this prophecy that this dude... Any doubt they had in their minds, the Feds went in and completely were like, oh yeah, that sounds like...
His whole thing was, I'm a messiah, they're coming for me. And next thing you know, the ATF has him under siege in their fucking house, and he's like, yeah, I told you, they're coming for me. And they were locked up for 40 days. They had, like, women with a bunch of kids And they're like, we need milk. And they're like, too fucking bad. You can come out then. And like, we're not coming out. Because
they didn't
like one guy tried to come out and they shot him or something. Like, it's in the thing. Like, one of the guys came out and they shot at him. And so everyone else is like, well, fuck that. Like, we're not coming out.
Yeah, and rather than be peaceful and like...
But
they would... The shit they did, like...
We were
psychological warfare was
nutty. We were just talking about like the Geneva Convention and shit you can't do. They literally did stuff that would be war crimes if it was war, but it wasn't war, so they did it.
They would play like over the loud sirens at night.
A fucking trailer, and all night from sunset to sunrise, they would have these huge concert speakers just blaring these noises, kind of like the siren head, just all fucking night with spotlights shining at the windows and stuff.
They would like take recordings of rabbits being put into like a blender, and that noise is what they would blare into this. And they were like strobes; they couldn't sleep. So not only are these people already kind of extremists who think the rapture is happening, they're then psychologically torturing them by not letting them sleep and just scaring the fuck out.
And I haven't done much research on
this series
because I just always thought Waco was some nut job and
then basically when they were
I listened to the media on that one.
He's kind of a nut job. Yeah,
Ruby Ridge I read into.
No,
and Ruby
see,
Ridge
I know more about Waco than I do Ruby Ridge.
Yeah,
but you're right. I mean, the Waco guy was a fucking weirdo. It's kind of like what's that game we played? Far Cry.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Far Cry?
No.
Far Cry 5. It's kind of the same thing. It's like the antagonist in the whole movie is like fucking crazy. And no spoiler alerts, but at the end, it's kind of like, oh shit. Like, was the bad guy the bad guy? Were you the good guy the whole time? It's kind of like, oh. It's kind of like there's no good guy in this thing. Like, the guy's he was a whack job. I mean, I'm not...
There were good people in there that were fucking confused
and taken advantage of. Weak people who got misled. But... and no, he fucking butchered it. There was something, the FBI, was it? God. I hear these stories all the time, and I cannot remember the details because we really don't plan what we're talking. Like, this isn't like a news show where I plan ahead what we're doing, but I want to say it was like remember there was like that whole plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer of Michigan?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
Like a year ago. Year or two ago.
Oh yeah, it was during COVID.
What was I doing a year ago?
It was since COVID because it was how badly she fucked up.
Yeah, by myself.
No, there was a plot to kidnap the governor, and the FBI was like, "Oh, we foiled this plot." I think they said like fucking 12 of the 26 people involved were FBI agents. It's like,
are you serious?
Like fucking half of you were the FBI, convincing other people to do it. So, like you said, you said it about the shotgun thing. They go in and basically convince people to do something that they weren't really going to do, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, we busted people trying to do this." And I was like, "They weren't trying to do it. You convinced them to do it."
We need to stop before we're on that next list. They need to stop doing it because what they're doing is they're proving you need us. You need us out there. Look at what we did. We stopped.
That's what they go over really well in this series. Because there's like a guy within the FBI who's kind of, I guess, the main protagonist. Like,
well, it's interesting that you're interested in Ruby Ridge because the whole point of Waco was the ATF got a shit ton of bad press from Ruby Ridge, and they're like, we need to win. And they're like, these guys are fucking psychos. Everyone knows they're psychos. Let's go get them. It was literally like, oh yeah, we'll get them and it'll make us look good again.
And it made them look worse.
And they fucked that up.
Because I know that Waco was a fuck up.
The example...
I didn't realize to what extent.
Oh, if you watch the series.
Like 58 people alive.
Oh, I know.
Is there a series about Ruby Ridge? Or a movie or something?
I don't believe so.
I thought there was something like Kevin Costner or something. I don't know.
The beginning of Waco starts off with Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, it's showing like the end of it.
They don't go super in depth, but it's interesting because it shows like basically the main protagonist. One of the main characters is an FBI agent that's like saw what happened at Ruby Ridge and was kind of like, what the fuck?
And why are you doing this again?
And he was complaining, and the officers involved with Ruby Ridge ended up getting like promoted and like increased their budget and stuff. And basically, his boss told him, "We can't admit, yeah, we fucked up bad, because then they'll just shut down the ATF. So basically, what we have to do is make the people that we killed look as bad as possible, and like we won."
Well, the guy that they went in to arrest, he didn't even die.
No.
It was a buddy of his that was just over there visiting. The son,
And
the
his wife.
mom, one of their daughters, and their newborn baby that his wife was holding.
The baby didn't get shot, did it?
Yeah. The baby got shot second. The son out in the field got shot first. The baby got shot in the mother's arms, and then the mom died. Then the mom was shot.
Either way.
The one
matter how you break that down.
daughter, and the guy that they were after.
The
Are the
example,
only two that survived.
the example that I heard that somebody called like the ATF, the FBI, all of them, is basically like when your dog brings you a dead bird. And it's like, look how useful I am, and you're like, I don't want this. Like, it's kind of like that. It's like they go get something that they think is of value to you, and you're like, this was like not something that I want in my house.
Yeah.
But like you said, they have to like, oh look, we're valuable, more funding, please.
Do I believe that there is a need for the ATF? Yes. Do I believe that it's to the extent that it is? Absolutely not. There needs to be some legal agency that monitors, makes sure that firearms are sold properly, make sure that tobacco is regulated, all that shit.
Why does tobacco need to be regulated?
And alcohol. Well, I mean, that's
Yeah, without that
technically
shit,
what
your
they're
cigarettes
supposed to.
get cheaper.
Huh?
Without that shit, your cigarettes get cheaper.
You really think so?
I'm going to say, shocker, I'm against the agency that is against everything that I love, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah, you'd think I would be,
So
but
it's like, fuck
but
off. Just let us have fun.
seriously, I think that there is a use for them.
Local law enforcement, there's laws.
That argument could be made for almost every government agency. It's like, if this worked well, it would be a decent idea. But it's a government agency.
The problem is they took what should be just an agency, kind of like the National Reserve. National Reserve is there just to keep our freaking dollar. No, listen.
I'm listening.
It's to keep our dollar in check, right?
Okay.
All right. The ATF should be there to monitor the manufacturing, the sale, all of that of tobacco, alcohol, and firearms. That's what they should be there for. Not to check on what you're doing with it after you've purchased it. If I want to heavily modify my car, that's not against the law in any state except for California. If I want to heavily modify my rifle, guess what? Now I am a felon in all 50 goddamn states because of the ATF.
If you minorly do it in the wrong way. No, I know what he was laughing at. The other guys, when it's like, we're throwing his ass in the Federal Reserve. They're like, you don't understand the concept. But, no, I always fall behind this line, like, even on Facebook, where it says, like, political views, I put conservatarian. Because I'm like, I'm so close. Because I'm so close to libertarian, but not quite. Like you said, I understand the need for someone to enforce rules. I'm not total, everyone do whatever you want all the time. But I don't think there's anything the ATF is doing that local law enforcement could or I'm saying couldn't or isn't capable of doing. Like you said, making sure that the sale of firearms goes correctly, or that people aren't buying things they're not supposed to. Places get a fucking reputation. If there's a gun shop that is selling fully automatics, bet your ass if St. Louis County or Jefferson County police aren't going to catch wind of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to go in there and they're going to be like, yo, no. Like, this isn't, now, should they? But I'm saying, like, even exactly as things exist, there's police to go shut down illegal activity. That's the thing, like, even if you were to look at the track record, like, okay, we tried a government to only, or an agency or department to only focus on this. They've done a horrible, horrible fucking job at it. Historically, awful. You've fucked up so much more than you've done right. Maybe it doesn't work.
And like I said, what I said is where their limitations should be. I'm not saying that there was never a use for them.
So not to call you out in a way, but in your mind, what is the role of an ATF then?
I just said it.
No, specifically. Not like you said, to monitor what's being sold, what's being manufactured. What would they do to do that the local police couldn't do?
They're the ones that actually go into Smith & Wesson, into Glock, into...
Like factories?
Yeah, and they make sure you didn't double any serial numbers, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. They go in and they test and make sure that there's no bacteria in your alcohol. They make sure that whatever's in here, granted I know it causes cancer, they're not just loaded with pesticide to the point of toxic levels. That's where I think that the ATF needs to be, not what does Joe Schmo have in his fucking gun safe?
Okay, and like you said,
they need to be an auditor for alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the manufacturing side, not the personal consumption and ownership of.
Fair enough. And that's where I fall into, like I said, why I am not quite a full-blown libertarian, because I think a full-blown libertarian would be, well, if a cigarette company is putting pesticides in their cigarettes, all their customers are going to die and people are going to know not to buy those. We should probably stop it before that happens. But what's your thought? Because I know his criticism of me in episode 2 was that I let you get away with too much. So
that part of it makes sense, but I don't think that's what the ATF is currently doing. So
I agree. I think he agrees with that. Yeah, they're not doing what they're
so I guess
to do.
My only issue is to keep calling it like the ATF is what we currently know it as, not what a potential agency could do. I don't understand why there's one agency handling 3 things that really have nothing to do with each other.
That's always struck me as weird too.
Literally, they're basically just the fun police, and they fucking.
Alright, I'll give you that.
And they just go in, and it's like, oh.
Are you drinking alcohol? Is that a firearm?
Look at everything we've done tonight. Smoke, drink.
And talked about guns.
And chilled with the dogs. And they're just like, nah, fuck all that.
They're here to ruin all of it.
Throw in, like, you're not allowed to have sex, and they just take away everything there is to live for. So, I totally agree. Like you said, where I fall short of, like, libertarianism
ATFTC?
Huh?
ATFTC? Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, dogs,
and sex.
Condoms.
They're like, these condoms say they're 99% effective, but they're only 98, so we're going to kill your wife just to make sure.
So, yeah, I agree with what both of you said, that's what the government's for. Like you said, I think libertarians, even the ones that think they believe what they're saying, I don't think they actually want to live in a world where, oh, they can make it if you're dumb enough to buy it. Like, yeah, ideally the federal government is involved in very little. I would like to see the state government do a lot more than the federal government on that shit, because I think the state government should decide more of what's legal, what's acceptable, that kind of shit. But I don't think the ATF, I think defund the ATF, there's things that can replace it. Government agencies replace each other all the time.
Yeah.
So maybe specialized motherfuckers that actually know what they're doing, and on that kind of scale, geared towards more manufacturing side, not private citizens.
But how do you test who knows what they're doing and who doesn't? Because clearly the one that they just appointed to take over as head of the ATF,
Chipman. Was that last week or 2 weeks ago?
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
When you were on?
It was me, you, and
that he was gone. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What?
David Chipman, the guy that Biden appointed.
Yeah, they got shut down. Right?
Oh, he gone.
Yeah.
He got axed real quick.
Yeah, his I don't. Well, I guess you said you watch a podcast, but yeah, one of the senators asked him, "What is an assault rifle?" And he's like, "Well, it depends." And he's like, "No, I'm asking, what is your definition of assault rifle?" He's like, "You know when you see it."
Yeah.
Well, it was the Republican that hated him. and the Democrats were like, "This man's a fucking idiot."
Right. That's when you know it's bad. What I think is so funny, like, you know when you see it.
I think that right there is an assault.
Were you not prepared for that question? Like, that is the most basic question they could have possibly asked you.
Well, if the rule is you know it when you see it, our airsoft guns look a lot like assault rifles.
Do you even have any clue what we're talking about?
Yeah, they're from watching the podcast.
By the way,
See, and what would your answer to what is an assault rifle be?
Select fire, the same as the fucking militaries.
Yeah, that's what
One with select fire capability that can shoot full automatic and shoots an intermediate cartridge. An M4.
A SCAR.
That's a battle rifle. Shoots a full size cartridge.
I'm sorry. What does the AR and SCAR stand for?
I said assault rifle, but that's because they also made it in this 5.56, which is an intermediate, which is an assault rifle. But the
I don't
17.
think your gosh is.
But the AR stands for Armalite rifle. It's not an assault rifle.
On an AR-15
And
it does.
that's where everybody calls it. That's what everybody calls an assault rifle. If it has AR in the name of it, it's got to be an assault rifle.
I don't know if that's correct. If it's black and scary. As a gun.
Yeah, like an M1 Garand isn't going to do damage.
I've actually thought about that.
Or a trench gun.
If we have an M1 Garand that we can paint black.
A Garand?
Yeah.
Dude, I have an extra stock set.
Let's paint one black. See what people think.
Dude,
Tactical black.
I'll do it
Show it to people. Because that gun has taken more human lives, guaranteed, than any M16, AR, any of that shit. Guarantee you that gun has taken more human life than anything else.
I can't verify that, but it's taken a lot. I know that.
A lot.
It won World War II's.
This is totally not the point you were making, but that one that I have a couple of M1 Garands. The one that is a serial number tracked back to like early 1944. Like, this 100% killed Nazis. Like, there were not many extra rifles that weren't getting used.
Yeah.
People were using rifles. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's like January, February of 1944. I'm like, bruh. And in the Pacific Theater, they were mostly using carbines.
What's the stamp on my Mosin? Is it 43?
Oh, it's earlier than that. It's like
38 maybe.
38 or 39 or something like that.
That's some Nazi killers in the safe.
Could have Nazis or Americans.
It's crazy.
No telling with that
what
one.
Nazis we are. That's insane.
I was going to say, I'm like 100% German.
Oh, that's not what I was saying.
I'm a little tired.
I was being sarcastic. Dude, this dude's tired, bro.
Yeah.
We were talking about, like, fuck the Nazis. He's like, I'm 100%
German.
Dude, your hair is brown. You're full of shit.
Yeah, let's coming from the racist, how do you...
He's a goofy man.
Oh,
He's one goofy.
oh shit.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm a Nazi.
As a racist Confederate Nazi,
I just want to put my point of view out there. Because people think I'm a bad guy.
People think I'm a bad guy, but Uncle Adolf had some good points.
We brought that back up on the break. We thought it was so funny when he said a racer's point of view. Talking about cars. I think every other one of us thought he said from a racist point of view. We're like, whoa, bro, chill. Jesus.
Yo, save that shit for the Patreon, bro.
You clearly misunderstood. Holy shit.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Nazis suck ass. He's like, I'm 100% German. Through and through, baby.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yo, we're coming for that crown round 3, baby. I promise you that.
I think he just meant beer and pretzels.
Yeah.
He meant fun Germans. It is funny to me. So,
And schnitzel.
I hope this doesn't come off any bad way, because I know you were saying earlier with like when you're talking about like terrorists, you're like, I don't care about offending them. Modern Japanese and Germans are both pretty cool.
Kick-ass.
So,
And we kind of offended both.
I hope this doesn't come off as bad, but you talk about two
Who
of the
hates
most
Nazis more than current day Germans?
true. But I just think it's funny how we were talking about like two like badass superpowers had potential to take over the fucking planet. And now they're both just so whimsical.
And we went, no.
When you think of Japan, you think of Nintendo and sushi. And when you think of Germany, you like beer and pretzels.
They wear the silly outfits and they dance. Right?
Oh, yeah, Oktoberfest.
You know what?
I like how you glazed over the other thing he mentioned about Japan.
What was that?
The sex robots.
Oh, yes, I do. Of course.
I'd like to give a shout out to Germany and their marketing team because they've done a really good job of separating Germany from Nazi Germany.
We're like,
who the fuck were those guys?
like, pulled the Conor McGregor, like, who the fuck is this? No, isn't it like super illegal to even mention that shit over there?
Yeah,
They're
that's
like,
a big no-no.
hell no. I remember when I took German class in high school, they taught us that in German, like we were just learning the language. It's not a German history class, we're just learning the language. And I remember they were like, you do not fucking mention that. Nope.
When I took German in 8th grade, they told us not to listen to Hitler's speeches and try to gain a dialogue off of that, because even saying "nein" the way that he'd say it, that is very frowned upon.
Now see,
It probably also was the fact that he was a really fucking good speaker and you guys were, what'd you say, 8th grade, 9th grade?
yeah.
Maybe they don't want Hitler to be like,
Now,
talking to you kids.
This is kind of like I
That
mentioned.
could have been part of it too.
This is kind of like I mentioned because
I don't know, man. This guy's... he's not,
Man, I'm kind of.
this dude's persuading.
I'm kind of thinking about reading his book.
Have you read that shit?
That's actually no joke. I do kind of want to read that, only for the sheer aspect of I want to know what was going on in his head when all of this transpired.
it's not like our fascination with like murderers and stuff. Like, for
Yeah,
whatever
like what
reason,
the fuck?
Well, it's one of those.
You isolated
Yes,
me.
that.
I don't want to read it thinking, oh, he was a brilliant man. I want to read it going,
No,
what
it's
the fuck was he thinking?
well, and the
I
thing is,
get wanting to take over all of Europe. I mean,
the thing
who
is,
likes baguettes?
I was gonna say, Britain did that like 6 times.
Yeah, no shit.
I know this sounds screwed up, but I think by modern standards, somebody that
Monstrous?
almost OCD,
Okay.
like blonde hair, blue eye, like you have to be this.
Like he didn't meet the criteria himself.
Right. No, so like he's almost like does that not seem OCD-ish to you? Like this is the perfect, you have to have this, have to have this, have to have this. That's fucking, like obviously it's fucked up, but it's like OCD level fucked up.
They said that he might have had like some kind of autism.
That's what I was going to say. I wonder if by modern standards, he had to be on the spectrum in some way or the other. But the fact that you take one guy who's got, whether it's autism or something else, some kind of mental defect, obviously, but he was able to convince all of Germany to be like, all right, like, do you know what kind of speech and persuasion skills that takes? Like, and again, me and Corey have talked about this before. That was 1938. This is not even 100 years ago. So I think by today's standards, we look at that and act like, well, that was a long time ago. How different do you think human beings were? It's not like you're talking about 2,000 years ago and the brain was different. There's been no evolution since then. Humans were the same. And all those people fucking just bought it. And we're like, okay.
Here's what I'm going to equate it to. Look at what's going on with the LGBTQ. Nah, I'm not going too far into it. But
Go ahead.
they're jamming it down our throats. Hitler jammed that down everybody's throat.
But he got to power and to be in a position to jam it down people's throats.
Exactly. And
Nice.
what's going on right now?
Maybe that's how he got the power. Is letting people jam down his throat.
Can you imagine how much that would piss the Führer off these days? And we're like, yeah, he just let people.
He's just letting them slide it in. deep.
Anyway, please go on.
I completely lost my train of thought. Completely.
I think you were about to start comparing gay people to
No.
And I would say it's closer to the vaccine shit that we're dealing with than it is that.
Okay. Well, it's kind of everything in today's fucking society.
Yeah, it's either
Guns
you're
are
this or
bad.
you're that.
Guns are bad. If you don't like gay people, you're bad. If you're not vaccinated, you're bad. If you drive
If you
fast,
don't
you're
like
bad.
gay
If you
people
drive
because
a
they're gay,
car
it's
that
not
runs on
great.
gas or diesel, you're bad.
I'm sick of it. I'm not a bad person. I'm a good person. I'm a good boy.
This is similar to the rant I went on last week.
Similar? Okay.
Add to it, this got cut off when we fucked up our, well, it was me. When I fucked up our last broadcast, or last recording. Basically what I was saying was that, like, what we're putting out there, it was episode 2 when you were on with Keegan, when I said, you know how when someone jumps in on a conversation with you, and it's like you're making some good points, and then they come in being an asshole, and you're like, fuck.
Oh, am I the asshole?
No. No, but what I'm saying was, I was like, I know that we sound, like, to some people, we sound like we're making the asshole points. Like, we sound like the assholes. But what I was basically saying is that we're not as stupid as the people who think they're making good points. We understand that the shit we're saying can come off bad. But we're still willing to put it out there. And that's basically because, yeah, we're not asshole people. You know what I mean? So,
And I just get tired of seeing it and hearing it every day.
I agree.
To follow up on my point, because I need to clarify, because I didn't finish that thought. I am in no way comparing the vaccine stuff to the Holocaust, because that's... I think we talked about that. That's super fucking disrespectful to the Holocaust.
I said it about other people who compare January 6th to the Holocaust.
I wasn't
or
comparing
9/11.
that. I'm saying there
Are we
is...
still talking about January 6th?
Fucking everybody is. What do you think the whole...
Dude,
what do
there
you
were
think the
tweets.
whole
This
basis...
is what got me so pissed off last week. This bitch tweeted that September 11th was no longer the worst day in American history, that January 6th was far worse.
Who the fuck tweeted that?
Some stupid verified bitch on Twitter.
That's what
She's in the media.
Listen, that's what started my role last week. Is because I said I cannot imagine anything more fucking disrespectful than to compare January 6th with
9/11.
well, I was going to say, what was it, 6 dead people? And, like, one of them was shot by Capitol Police. Which, argue that all you
6
want.
people died.
Wasn't I?
4?
I think it was 3.
I thought it was one.
I thought it was just a one lady.
Well, the Ashley
one
Babbitt
lady did, but
chick got
I think
killed.
there were 2 other
Which,
That was by
I've
police.
seen some people jump to that defense and like, she was unarmed. It was a crappy shot because there's a whole goddamn crowd behind her. That's not a good shot. But at the same time, if you're breaking into the fucking Capitol chambers, like, what do you...
She was active duty military. Took leave to storm the capital of the country whose constitution she is sworn to protect.
Okay.
But
The point...
Constitution was being violated.
The point about January
Doesn't matter,
6th...
was she fucking
I'm
instructed
not
by her
agreeing
command
with
to
you.
go?
Listen. The point that I have always made about January 6th, Corey knows this, I do not agree with what they did. I was pissed. I was like, this is the worst fucking thing you could have done. But the people there were convinced, as I am not 100%, the people there were convinced that our election was bullshit and that the Constitution that she swore to protect, like you said, was thrown out the fucking window. So that in her mind, she was protecting the Constitution. You see what I'm saying? Like, whether they were right or wrong, the people there were convinced.
Had she not died, had she taken the bullet and survived her injuries, she'd be in the brig right now.
Yeah.
That's how severe the military is taking that.
Yeah.
Like, at no point was she in the right.
We were
It
just
doesn't
talking.
matter what she was
But
thinking.
if you're making that argument, she probably reached the point that to her, that was more important than whatever fucking order she had because.
Now,
She was chair force anyway.
I'm not defending. I mean,
expendable.
don't get me wrong. I'm not defending January 6th. That was stupid, and
I think it set people back a lot.
Was it a black day in our history?
Yes, absolutely.
100%. Was
But-
it first at 9/11? Fuck no. And if you think so, you're fucking retarded.
That's
my friend.
That's where I went on a fucking tear because somebody brought that up, and that's where that was my starting point. I'm like, if you even compare that, what I said was, don't delete those tweets. I was like, I think the worst punishment for people who say that is to let your tweets stand there, and in 20 years, you dare fucking compare that to 9/11. You're a piece of shit for even trying to compare that. The same way.
because senators are scared. That's what.
Now, I again,
They hurt my feelings
I know-
in my office. Maybe I won't run next time, and they can get somebody that'll do their job.
I know you joked earlier about like my love for Trump or what the fuck ever.
No, I do.
But it's the same thing how people compare Trump to Hitler. How that was my point. People who compare Trump to Hitler are being disrespectful as fuck. Hitler killed 6 million fucking people. How many people did Trump have fucking
Don't
killed?
compare him to Hitler. I do
I
whenever
know
I'm
you-
bullshitting with you
I know.
because I know.
I know, but that's my point. Is I'm like I said, you can talk shit all you want. That's kind of the joke. Is that like you think I take it personally, and I'm like, nah, go ahead.
Telling me that I fucking snowflake because I like Joe.
Well, we opened the show with you talking about like, oh, I voted for Joe. Who, like, I get it, but it's the same thing I've said before. People who compare Trump to Hitler, the fact that you can even pretend that you have any kind of moral high ground by comparing him to such an evil piece of shit like Hitler, like that's just so disrespectful. And it's the same thing. People who compare January 6th to 9/11. But the fucking thing is like I said, people who act like the Holocaust is ancient history when it was under 100 years ago. 9/11 was 20 fucking years ago. Is your memory that short that you forget what that was and you think January 6th is even close to the same fucking thing? That's what pisses me off. It is just the fact that people are either so willingly ignorant or willing to know they're full of shit just to make what they think is some kind of like profound point.
Have you watched any of the documentaries about January 6th?
I don't see the fucking need.
It's so overblown.
Have you watched any of them? CBS's in particular.
Fuck.
What is
CBS released a documentary on the 8th about what happened on the 6th.
It's almost like they knew it was going to happen.
These fucking assholes spun it from a black eye on America for what had happened and turned it into the only reason that it got to that point is because it was white people. They made it a BLM statement instead of going,
Shocker.
look, we need to figure out what is going on in this country that somehow, you're going to fix yourself one and dump the rest in, not offer any to anybody else? That's
I'm
cool.
good. I gotta drive.
That's awesome.
What's your shit?
Oh, pour it in there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm going under my mic. I'm not smashed. I'm just trying to go under the mic.
I think January 6th.
You know what January 6th is to me that's relevant to this podcast that we did? It's a fucking chick who went missing. It's not news that we're making news. It was fucking stupid. But if we're going to act like BLM didn't burn down every goddamn major city in the U.S. all fucking summer.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with that.
That's what, is this really the worst thing that's ever happened? How many people got killed in BLM riots?
Yeah.
Okay, you got Ashley Babbitt. What about that fucking, just in our city, that cop who got shot? The retired cop.
Yeah.
What was it? David Dorn.
Yeah.
The one in Kenosha was bullshit. That kid shouldn't have been there. The kid.
Whether I would have gone there or not is beside the point. I think he was 100% within his rights.
But the kid that shot, he was from Chicago. He wasn't even from Kenosha. When I
You know how
originally heard the
close
story,
Chicago is to Kenosha?
it's like an hour and a half.
No, it's like 30 minutes.
Is it
tops.
really?
20 or 30 minutes.
I thought it was like
I
15.
thought it was over an hour.
No. Definitely within an hour.
But anyway, he had his mom driving there across state lines with a weapon he's not legally allowed to carry federally.
He is legally allowed to carry, but it wasn't his. It was his friend's.
But he was 18, right? No, he was 17 when that happened.
I think 18.
Was he 18?
That or locally he was allowed to at 17. I don't remember. I know he was fine.
But the thing is, he wasn't local. When I originally heard what was going on, I thought that it was a kid out in front of his family's business protecting the business from looters. That's what I thought it was. He had no business up there. It wasn't a...
They were family friends' business.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear that whenever I looked into
That's
it.
why he went.
The
The family
original
friends'
I heard
business was
that.
on that street.
Okay, picture this.
And I
Picture
don't
shit's
know
going
what
down.
the reason is. If people are burning down a fucking city, it's a civilian's fucking duty.
Okay, say we have a friend in Wood River. No, not even Wood River. Belleville.
Bro, you could fucking say Kansas City.
Say, man, well, no, we'll do state lines.
Okay,
15
sure.
minutes away over state lines. Say someone's business is in Belleville. And he's like, yo, these riots are right up the road from my family's business. I need some help. Sure. But I don't have a gun. And he's like, I got one here. You can use that. So it was a gun in another state that a friend loaned us that we're legally allowed to own. So we use it. We're like, yeah, we'll use yours. And we're protecting our friend's business.
I would sit inside. I wouldn't be outside patrolling the fucking street.
You know why he
which
was
is
outside?
What that video looked like.
Have you seen the video previous to that? When he was offering medical aid to enemies, so to speak?
No.
No, yeah, one of the BLM protesters was hurt, and he's like, yeah, he was trained in like EMS or like emergency medical
service. He was
service.
this dumbass, reckless kid.
He was out there offering help to the people he disagreed with. He was like, yeah, I'm a medic, I can help. He was like helping someone out medically.
So what turned from him helping somebody out
There,
to them
there's
chasing
a video.
down the
I need
street
to.
and
I need to
shooting?
show you. There's a video where they broke down in time sequence every single video available. They took and they put it in chronological order. Every video they had of this kid. Some guy got pissed at him. It was earlier in the night, and he said something like "fuck you," blah blah blah. He was talking shit to him, and he's like, "Okay, chill." The same guy later came at him, took a pot shot at him, and missed or something like that, wasn't it?
Didn't he hit him in the head with a skateboard or some shit?
No, that was later. That was when they started chasing him.
Okay.
Some guy ran up to him, and he's running away from him. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. The guy wouldn't, so finally he takes a shot at him. The guy hits the ground. He gets on his phone and calls 911. He's like, I just had to use my gun on this guy. He's laying on the ground. Other people heard a shot. They're like, he's over here. So he's like, oh shit, because people are coming for him. He starts running. People are chasing him. That's when the one guy swung a skateboard, or he was running away. He tripped. Some guy swung a skateboard at him. Some other guy came in and he shot the one guy. He pointed a gun at another guy. He started coming at him and backed off. And as soon as he lowered his gun, the guy came at him again. And he lifted it again and shot him.
One of them had a handgun, didn't he?
Yeah, one of them. There's a fucking video.
Yeah,
He
they
pointed
shoot
his
your
gun
arm.
at him. He shot his arm, and he's like, "Oh shit." No, 100%. Whether he was in the right or in the wrong, whether I would have been, you know what? At the time, I said, "Yeah, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be there." That's bullshit. If I had a friend who owned a business and he's like, "Yo, I need some help," I'd be there. But
I don't know. I have to watch those videos again.
I'll
We're
send
talking
you-
about something that was over a year ago now.
yeah, I don't remember how the fuck we got on that one in particular.
Because we were talking about
January 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a link to that one because it's just like when you watch the George Floyd full thing, like
Yeah,
the entire confrontation. It changes the context. Shocker, the media's version of it
There's a lot of
doesn't
bullshit
line up.
change-
Shocker, when you see the full fucking thing, you're like, oh, the details are different than I was
You
told.
gotta think. St. Louis as a city should be fucking used to this shit by now because we were number 2 on what started this. The big of recent history. You had George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin was number 1. And then you had Michael Brown and Darren Wilson is number 2. And that happened right here in our hometown.
Corey will remember because you and our dad both kind of gave me shit a little bit. Because it's funny because I think that was my first kind of inkling of libertarianism as opposed to Republican or conservative, just taking a side. When the Ferguson shit happened, I was not a fan of how militarized the police were when they were going in. Like, they were rolling into Ferguson in tanks and body armor and all the shit for, like, what I know. It's almost so hard to separate. When was that? We looked it up last week.
2015.
15?
I thought it was 13 or 14.
It might have been 14. 14.
Whenever it was. It's so hard to look at that independently of everything that's happened since, because it was, shit's gotten so out of hand. I remember at the time, though, because we've heard peaceful protests so many times as they're burning fucking buildings and looting stuff and all this stuff. But
January 6th was the most peaceful protest of.
Factually.
And that's the one that gets remembered as the fucking massacre.
Objectively, the most peaceful. I remember, though, Corey and my dad both kind of gave me shit. Because when Ferguson was going on, it really was mostly a peaceful protest. Like, the QT got burned down. I remember that.
The Rent Center got burned down, and I only know that because the day after the riots, I was up there in the Martin truck delivering parts to our workers up there.
I don't know if you're remembering that completely right.
What, me?
Yeah.
What?
It's Ferguson. It was not peaceful.
It wasn't peaceful at all.
During the daytime, it was peaceful. After nightfall, it was.
That's what
Well,
When I worked with dudes at AAA out in Hazelwood, and they were like, dude, there was like automatic gunfire and shit. Like,
what I remember, basically, again, I'm literally admitting what I wouldn't agree with myself now, is when this happened, I didn't like how militarized the police were pulling in. Like, they're pulling in with tanks and guns drawn on people. There was a picture of, like, some guy, like, doing something, and, like, the cop had his gun up on him. And I'm like, chill the fuck out. Like, you are not helping the situation.
See, I need to go back to Facebook and delete some of my posts from when that was all going on.
Yeah,
Because I made some foolish posts.
I said so much crazy shit.
It was about looting and shit like that. And keep burning down the city and see what happens whenever you need to call rescues and all
why
that.
is that foolish?
Do you disagree with that now?
No, it's not that I disagree with it. It's
Divisive?
trying to get
A reaction?
a job now. If they look back, and I doubt they look back that far, and if they do, they've got to realize that that was a teenage kid versus who I am now. But even then, I don't even want that on my feed anymore. I want that gone. And that goes back to what I was talking about with that picture I drew when we were in high school.
I have consciously not deleted posts. Like, now Facebook has memories because after Time Hop, then Facebook started doing the memories. I've seen so much stuff pop up that I'm like, oh, yeah. The amount of balls deep that I went on Romney.
I told you were foolish back then.
I fucking hate myself for that.
When you did that, I was like, dude, he's an idiot.
No, I was trying, but that's what I was just about to say. I leave it up because I'm like, I had the early ideas. I like to see the
red side win.
No. I like to see the progress. I like to see the transformation of where I went from anyone red is fucking between McCain and Romney, which I'll say it's embarrassing that those were the last two Republican nominees. What?
Other than Trump.
It's almost like there's this government out there that's running shitty people on purpose.
Yeah, you go for McCain, who, had he picked anybody other than Sarah Palin, might have had my old man's vote.
No, I stand way further with Sarah Palin than I would John McCain.
100%.
Huh?
Sarah Palin's better than McCain was.
Miles.
Really?
Yeah.
For you guys.
Yeah.
With your views.
Yeah.
With your views, that's where you're at.
On a Republican ticket, yeah.
My old man, and I've looked into it and looked at what he was running on, I would have voted for McCain if he hadn't picked Palin. Now, had you guys picked Palin, you guys would have voted for Palin, but I wouldn't have voted. I wouldn't have voted for McCain had he chose Palin.
He did.
Which he did. That's why Obama got my dad's vote.
Was that 2008?
Just simply because of Palin.
What year? 06?
Mm-hmm.
He was 3. I keep thinking, I'm like, man, he went from talking all about racing to he's just quiet. I'm like, he's fucking lost.
What year were you born?
He was 2.
06.
Oh, fuck.
Right?
Dude, we're talking about events that happened.
We were talking
before he
about
was
9/11,
born.
and he's like, what happened?
9/11? What?
I know you know.
I was 4 during 9/11.
Well, even talking to Keegan last week, I was like,
Yeah,
or a
Keegan
couple
won
weeks ago, I was like,
2000,
oh
or no?
shit. Yeah, he's like,
Won in 2000?
he's like, I was like 1 or 2 when that happened. I was like, fuck.
Yeah. Do you remember where you were at, Kyle? Yeah, I remember where I was. What about you?
My mom's
I was
womb.
like 2. Wait, what? Shit.
Oh shit. Well, I would have been having my diaper changed. Ooh.
Oh, crap.
January
Anyway.
6th.
I sat in a diaper for 3 days.
January 6th is the Petito chick.
No, I think that's worse.
Petito?
Which one was that?
January 6th.
The
whole
worst thing about January 6th is that the U.S. population got wool pulled over their eyes and fooled.
The way it's been taken advantage of, I think it's the worst part of it. What happened from that? That's my point. Like, what changed?
How about all the fucking videos of them letting people in? Just like, yeah, go ahead. Walk
There's a
around.
video of
How
that-
about the fucking dude, the Viking helmet guy that's been at every fucking protest since whatever? How about the video of the old fucking lady walking around like, ooh, where the fuck am I? Like,
This 90-year-old lady. I've seen fucking, like, even super libertarian, like, super 2A people have made a meme out of her. They made a t-shirt with, like, this old lady and they're like, technical operator.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, she got past the Secret Service.
bro, if you
Like,
think that was anything other than...
Now, the guy in the Viking helmet, I've seen some people who are like, oh, he was at the BLM protest, so he's a left-wing activist, like, undercover. I'm like,
he's like an anarchy
it
guy.
could just be that he takes advantage of situations, whether they're left or
I
right.
found his Twitter. They know his mom, and he's always been like a anarchy guy. Like anytime there's fucking
Oh, cool, chaos.
yeah.
Yeah, it's such a non-issue, the fact that it's talked about, and compared to 9/11 infuriates me. So, like I was saying, that kicked off my big fucking speech last week when I was like, that is so disrespectful and pisses me off and all this stuff.
I feel sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
I feel like a
Yeah.
fucking broken record because I keep talking. Oh, history's important, but it fucking is because if you don't remember this shit accurately, because this is what happens. At first, we were all, oh wow, that was scary. Then you start to see all the videos and pictures and all the facts come out, and it's like, that really wasn't what it seemed like it was at first. I'm not saying it was good. It was still bad. There were people there that were very, like, I mean, we've talked about this with Dad. I think there were some instigators there that who fucking knows where they were brought in from. There were definitely some Trump supporters there that did some stupid shit. Extremely stupid.
We
got caught up in the moment.
I gotta finish this point because it's important. But what happens is they misportray what happens, and they're like, no, that was bad. It's like, okay, yeah, it was bad. They get us on our heels to where we keep conceding points. Keep conceding. Yeah, it was bad, it was bad, it was bad. And now 6 months later, it's worse than 9/11. And because we've been saying it's bad this whole time, we're like, how bad? Like, we're trying to remember. We don't remember.
It's like you agree by proxy almost. Like,
Oh God, yeah, because we just talked about the Kenosha thing, and we were on two different sides because I remember it different than you did because everything else that's happened since I kind of pushed that out of my.
If you don't think this is intelligently done, you need to wake the fuck up.
which, like I said, the fact that this Petito thing is fucking news. If you think that's not just to get the attention off of Afghanistan and all of it, 100%, like, because that's the whole news is like, okay, like I know you kept saying, yeah, it really sucks that it happened. That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear it. How it? And now, on the opposite extreme, you have that I don't even remember the bitch's name because I never heard it before a week ago, and all of a sudden she's making news. But she went on this big tear about how it's missing white women syndrome. People only care if it's a white woman.
Oh God.
Now, the fucking
I don't care if anybody fucking goes missing.
See, that's what I was going to say.
Now, back to the point. Do we not just spend the entire last year and a half burning down every American city
because a fucking pregnant woman abusing druggie resisted arrest?
Okay, so yes, we clearly do not only care if it's a white woman. Now, the fact that they had some kind of social media presence, and like I said, we're trying to build a vlog, yes, it's someone that some people happen to care about. Do I find it news? Not really. Again, it's unfortunate.
I kind of want to watch their vlog.
That's kind of what I wanted to
There was one video.
That's it.
I told Mrs. Kryptik.
Mrs. Kryptik.
I told her when that happened. I was like,
let's go camping in Wyoming.
Listen, they didn't know she was in Wyoming. She was last seen in Moab. And I was like, dude, I'm going there. What if I find her? Anyway.
That's kind of what I want to touch upon. I'm not trying to make light of the situation because, like, we kind of laughed about it. I'm not trying to laugh at that because that is sincerely fucked up.
Yeah.
To her family and the people that knew her, this is the biggest thing in the fucking world. People need to look into it. It needs to, yes.
Finally,
what I'm saying is, on a national scale, I don't, like, clearly this is just a slow news week. And I'm not saying what happened is not major to them. Obviously, it is. It's extremely fucking sad. But that's not, like...
But how many times does that happen?
Like, yeah.
How many
people get murdered every day?
And how many do you hear about?
It is a ploy.
Well,
mainstream media is doing this.
It's not just Afghanistan. Like I said, the fucking news about that missile strike just came out.
We talked about it when it happened, man. That COVID-19 mandate, or the vaccine mandate.
Oh, yeah. Every company with over 100 employees.
What does that last? 2 days?
Missing chick.
No, I'm saying that was to cover Afghanistan. The
vaccine?
He knew that was bullshit when he said it.
This is all just to cover something else. But, we're pretty good friends, right?
What's up?
We're pretty good friends, right?
Of course.
Almost best friends?
I would say.
Okay. You don't like me.
You're in this.
I can be cordial if you do.
Yeah, okay, but I refuse to ever say I'm liberal. But I'm Democrat, and you guys are more Republican, conservative. You said leaning towards libertarian.
I'm going to go on record and say fuck politicians in general.
I reject the R word, but yeah.
Oh, I get that. So, why is it that we can agree on damn near everything, but the two politicians that we have are either extreme your way or extreme
I don't think
past, way past where I'm at.
I don't think they are extreme my way. And like me and Corey talked about with Keegan last week, is the fact that they get sold extreme my way kind of pisses me off. So Trump, for example, like I said, it's kind of if people don't catch it, it's kind of a joke when you act like he's my Lord and Savior. Because I'm not a huge fan. No, I know you catch it. I'm saying other people who watch it, if they're not catching on to the joke, you say that because you know I'm not a huge fan. But we talked about it with Keegan last week. Like people who, like...
God, the ground he walks on must be holy.
People get fucking guns with Trump engraved on their fucking firearm. And I told Corey, and Keegan, but I'm like, to this point, Biden's not done. He's clearly said more. To this point, Trump cost the Second Amendment community more rights than Obama and Biden combined. Under Trump, we lost bump stocks. I don't know a single thing we lost under Obama. He talked a bunch of shit.
Obama even said, we're not coming after your guns. We're making it harder for the wrong people to get the guns.
That's what he said. Lincoln said about slavery?
What Lincoln had said? Yeah. Lincoln ran on a, not necessarily pro-slavery, but a ticket that said, I'm not going to worry about it.
Do you think he's being honest, or do you think he's trying to get elected?
We're about to go off on a whole fucking tangent.
I'm just trying to make a quick point.
I hear you. Biden ran on, hell yeah, we're going to come for your Air Force. I know Beto said it, but Biden was hugging him saying, I'm going to make you my gun czar. So...
And to be fair, I think that's probably also to get him elected. I don't think he cares that much either.
I agree. Because if so, something would have at least been tried by now. Anyway, the point is... fuck.
I'll be real. I don't think Obama did that terrible of a job.
That's what we said that Corey got pissed at, because I kind of agreed with you.
He was historically awful.
Okay.
Economy, yes.
How is that not fucking important? Why do
It
people
is
rush
important.
over that? They do the same thing with Trump. They're like, oh, okay, best economy ever. Yeah, that's one thing. Like,
One thing doesn't equate for everything else that job entails.
like,
It's not the
peace with
president's
North Korea?
job to just focus on the economy.
How about
He's got to
peace with
focus
North
on
Korea?
peaceful. Oh my God.
the fact that you
Peace with
downplayed
North
that.
What did you say?
Huh?
I missed it. What did you say?
Peace with North Korea.
Good. No, this is great. Oh, go.
What? How is that a joke?
That North Korea shit was just a fucking game.
Yeah.
They were never a fucking threat. They were never a fucking threat.
They weren't testing nuclear
They
weapons.
may have been testing them, but they were never a fucking threat. But were you
I'll see
ever
that.
actually afraid of North Korea?
I was afraid that North Korea was in China's back pocket, and
Yes.
North Korea is dumb enough to try some shit, and
Yeah.
they got China behind them.
Agree.
And China even came out and said, if North Korea continues doing this, you have our full green light to go ahead and fuck them up.
That
They
was
came out and
words,
said that. But they said that.
but they continue funding them.
Yeah, but they said, if they come at you, we're not backing them up. You are greenlit to wipe them off the face of the earth.
Because if they say we're behind North Korea, then we have a problem with China, and we're going to stop buying all their shit.
What's the U.S. going to do if... So, China says if they nuke you, go for it. What do they think is going to happen? If China said, even if they nuke you, you don't have our blessing, do we give a fuck if they actually nuke us? Do we care what China thinks? We're going to nuke them back anyway. So they might as well say, yeah, they shouldn't do that.
Yeah. So, and China was after them. Russia was telling them, knock it the fuck off. You're too close to us. We're going to get the fucking fallout. Everybody was against them. They were never going to fucking hit us. They were never going to fucking shoot one.
Probably
They were
not.
just trying to... Look at me with my big stick. That's all that ever fucking was.
I
And
agree.
he went over there, and all he did was said, do it again, and we'll blow you the fuck up.
And I
That's all
love
he
that our
said.
president did that.
It's all
What
he
would
said.
you rather a U.S. president tell another
Or you
country?
bow down to him
like,
and kiss his fucking ass.
hey,
like
you're-
Obama.
But it wasn't a peace treaty. It was a fucking look at the size of my stick compared to yours.
That's
That
what
is
I
not
fucking
a peace
love.
treaty.
100% what I want a
You
U.S.
can't
president.
call it peace. That wasn't a peace treaty. That
Peace through
When's the last
strife.
time we heard about North Korea?
was when Trump was.
Yeah. He went over there and he said, shut the fuck up.
Actually,
Roman."
about 2 minutes ago
No.
when you started.
Listen. What I like about it was he went over there and he's like, do we have a chance to be cool? And Kim Jong-un said, like, no, we're probably going to keep doing it. He's like, well, then fuck you, try me. And they never did. And that was the last you fucking heard about him. That is 100% what I want a U.S. president to do. It's like, hey, is there a chance to be peaceful here? And they say, no. And he says, well, then fuck yourself. Try it. That's 100% what he did when people are like, oh, he's buddies with him. No, he's not buddies with him. He was trying to be nice. And did Kim Jong-un want to play nice? No, he didn't. And he said, okay, go for it. Try it.
You say it that way, all right.
That's what.
Go
Again,
for it. See what happens.
try it.
All right. But at the same time, to say that he got peace from North Korea is a false statement. It's not peace. It's now he's scared the shit out of him, and he's
Peace.
not going to try it.
Did we have
Peace.
peace with
Not
Germany
peace.
after World War II?
Peace through strength.
Because we fucked them up.
Which
It's
we
still
could do
peace.
to North Korea, and we didn't even have to. It's even more peaceful. We don't even have to fuck you up. You know we could. Don't try it. That's what I'm saying. Like me and you have always been peaceful because you know if you do something, I'll fuck you up. No, but peace through strength is a fucking saying for a reason. It's a reason we have the biggest military. Because, like I said, we send a message that we should have sent to the Middle East years ago. If you fuck with us, the game is over. You lose. Don't fuck with us. That's exactly what he told North Korea.
And why did we play a game over there for 20 years? What that did, that 20 years we were over there.
Because politicians made billions of dollars.
This fucking game, what it did was, one, it weakened the gene pool in this country. Two, think of all the strong, good men that lost their lives over there.
Yeah, I was trying to
weaken the fucking gene pool.
I wasn't disagreeing.
All the fucking man buns here now.
I was just trying to think
Man
where
bun
you were
never
going.
existed before that.
You're right. All the real men are gone. Jodies are all over.
No shit.
Man buns can be pulled off.
You really gonna bring Jody into this?
Oh shit! I just poking in there.
Completely forgot about that one.
I'm gonna just move my mic. You guys keep going.
We played a fucking game over there. We didn't do what we should have done, which was gone in there and fucked everybody up. Had we done that, it would have been game over, and we wouldn't be having this fucking argument. We'd have been over there 6 months, come home. If they'd have tried it again, all right, here we go. And we'd have gone back and fucked them up again. Instead, we put all these rules in play that we followed, and nobody else did.
Listen, the irony is now we're agreeing, is that Trump went over to North Korea and said, if you fuck with us, the bets are off. We're going to fuck you up. Try it. And they didn't, which is what we should have done to the Middle East. You're not going to fuck with us anymore, are you?
No, but the Middle East actually attacked us, so they needed to get fucked up a little bit.
They needed to.
Yes, but after a year or two, I would say after like the 2004, when we really beat the fuck out of Baghdad,
we should have.
It was, you're done, right? We're done? We're good? Okay. And you leave.
And you tell everybody fucking there, if this motherfucker's harbored in your country, you're our fucking enemy.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Which is what we did to Kim Jong-un. If you think you're going to launch a missile...
What we need to do is just not be afraid to use our weapons and turn everybody else into glass, and then we'll be fine.
What do you think the conversation between Trump and Kim Jong-un was? If you think you're going to try your shit...
It was probably pretty good.
Try it. That's what... Again, the
Dennis Rodman will not save you.
It's like the...
I know he plays good defense, bro, but...
Was it Lil Wayne like, he can't save you? He can't save you. He was talking about Dennis Rodman. He can't save you.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's what I'm saying. I think the conversation was like, hey, you should stop these nuclear tests. And Kim Jong was like, no, we keep testing. And he's like, I don't think you will.
That is like the most racist fucking way to say that.
It's not.
What do you think the conversation... Again,
it's not an Asian character. It's Kim Jong-un.
Testing.
Okay. I was talking about the Office Superfan episodes. I just watched the Dundies where Michael brought back Ping.
Tough.
Top of mind. But anyway, no, what do you think he told him? He's like, hey, you should stop these. He's like, nah. And he's like, okay, try me. Try me, bitch. That's exactly what we told Kim Jong-un.
I think he went over there and he's like, hey, in the U.S. we have this thing that people really like to say. They keep saying fuck around and find out. Do you want to keep fucking around?
I think you should find out what that means for yourself.
Oh, man.
That's, like I said, it's just like we were talking about war, where people don't necessarily need to know all the nitty-gritty, but why do you think people are peaceful? Throughout human history, people have tried to conquer other territories. When they don't try to conquer them, it's because they know they can't. And that is what Trump made very clear to North Korea. It's not going to fucking happen. And if you want to try it, fucking try it. I wouldn't advise it. That's what he told.
To look back, I was just reading about Switzerland when we were talking about them earlier. And their whole thing is their entire male population between 18 and 34. They basically, if you're considered fit to serve or whatever, because they haven't been in armed conflict since 1815, they don't really have military traditionally like other countries. Apparently, like between 18 and 34, if you're a male, they give you a rifle or a handgun and you're just trained to use it. So nobody fucks with Switzerland because it's like, yeah, they got a lot of guns. There's 8.4 million people, and there's like 2.6 million guns.
Just like Japan and the U.S.
Yeah.
Earlier when you said they wouldn't invade the U.S. Why wouldn't they invade the U.S.? Because they knew they would get fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that North Korea needed a reminder, so Trump went over there and gave it to them. I don't see that as a bad thing. That's exactly what I want a U.S. president to do, is remind someone that we're going to fuck you up if you try something. I don't know why the fuck I just had an accent. You
Which
could
is
try
kind of the
something.
same shit that he said to the UN. Like, it was nice to have somebody that I thought was at least standing up for the U.S.
Yeah, and like I said, do I like everything the guy ever said? Absolutely not. But the way he handled North Korea and Russia, I have zero problems with.
You haven't seen the episode yet, but I said Obama was extremely charismatic, great public speaker. He was super popular and agreeable. That's why people remember him so fondly. But
See, my whole thing about it. At no point during Obama's freaking presidency did I doubt his patriotism towards the country.
Benghazi?
Okay, to be fair,
lack of intel from his cabinet does not make him un-American. He got Bin Laden. Nothing that he did screamed, "I'm a terrible person."
Was it not the report that he was woken up with what was going on and said he saw it in the morning or whatever it was?
I don't remember that report.
That could be wrong because it was a long time ago, but that's what I remember.
But there have been several times that I've seen and read and heard Trump say something and went, "What the fuck is this man doing? That's not what's best for the country. That's what's best for him."
Like what examples?
Oh, God.
I'm not trying to be a dick.
I'm trying to remember because there were multiple times that I freaking thought it, and I can't right now after whiskey
No, I get it.
and being up for going on fucking 18 hours. I'm having a hard time thinking. But he'd say dumb stuff.
Yeah, he said a lot of stupid shit.
And it was one of those, I'm like, this man looks so stupid, and he's running our fucking country.
Yeah.
Making us all look stupid to the rest of the world. That was my main reason for voting him out, for wanting him out. Biden, I'll admit, Biden is not doing a good job. But I thought Obama did an okay job, and I thought we were going to get Obama back. That's kind of what I was expecting. I was wrong. And I'm pretty sure that's where most people were when they voted for Biden. That we're probably going to get pretty much the Obama administration back. It's going to be fun. And we ended up getting this monstrosity that is not good.
See, my whole thing with Trump and Obama and the comparison there is, I think, even on a personal level, I think I'd probably get along, like if I had to go out and have a beer with one of them or something, or have one of them on the podcast. We'd probably get along a lot better with Obama than Trump. I think Trump is kind of a dickhead. He's egotistical. A lot of shit. As a person, not crazy about him, but I do think as far as how other countries looked at us, we were less likable but more respected. And I think that's what's very important. I mean, the economy shit's important to me, but I also just... It didn't feel the same after Trump was gone. It felt like, I swear to God, as soon as Biden won that election, it just felt like everybody was kind of like, huh, like maybe things are going to change, and not in a good way for us. And I don't know.
I look at it and I see that once Trump got in, that's when the BLM really started picking up more speed. I'm not saying that it wasn't in existence and that wasn't a big deal before, but the huge drive, the division in this country got substantially worse with Trump. And that's where
100%, but I don't think it was because of Trump, not Trump's fault. I don't think Trump played a role in that. I think him getting elected played a role in that. And I think the media wanted to fucking divide the country because, and try as they might, I mean, black unemployment was super down.
Yeah.
All unemployment was super down.
Yeah.
And that BLM, I mean, we talked about it last week, so a lot of it's going to sound conspiratorial without context, but I don't think it was an accident that all that divisiveness started up with Trump in office.
All right, I think, were you trying to wrap us up?
Probably should.
Oh, I thought you were just saying keep going while you.
I was just keep going. Yeah, I had to pee so bad. Oh shit, my mic's up. Yeah, no, I was just saying keep going. I had to pee so bad.
It should probably be time to wrap soon.
No, it's getting late.
I thought you were saying wrap it up. Like
It's been 2 hours since we said we should probably do like another 20 or 30 minutes.
oh, you gotta be kidding me! Is it
It's
really?
1:20.
I need to be up in 4.5 hours. So
You're staying up.
Evelyn's awake.
Everyone's awake. Yeah, it's.
You mean Princess Kryptik?
We've said her name on here before.
Oh, I wish we hadn't.
I didn't know.
Oops. Princess Kryptik is awake. You can go ahead and just take that soundbite and play it over what we said before.
There you go. I'm not gonna do that. Editing's a bitch.
that's why.
I miss most of the combo, but
Just mute that.
anyway. So, how many horsepower does your race car?
Does yours go zing or?
Well, it's a single cylinder, so
That's
I
what
think
you're
it has like
doing.
75.
75 horsepower.
Yeah.
They're beating the shit out of Corvettes, though.
Oh no shit!
it
You're
only
talking about
weighs-
something that weighs about 600 pounds versus
It only
something that weighs
weighs about
3,600 pounds.
450 with me.
So if I got in there like 1,000.
I was joking about bringing it back. I missed what you were talking about.
It'll still be less than
So, who won?
What?
I think it was, well, I don't know. He might have a different outlook. I think it was kind of a draw. He
I don't-
kind of.
Not
kind
the
of-
election.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I wasn't trying to go completely silent. I just don't have enough input.
No, I hear you. I said that because I was like,
That's what I
I
don't
knew
want it
it
to
like
get.
that.
I know you were joking, but I don't want it to I don't want it to be a debate. I would like to have a conversation. I just think it's. I told Kyle this. I think it's interesting to.
I don't think
Have-
we were really debating.
no, I know. I
think it was.
I was stirring the pot.
discussion.
I was being a smartass.
I'm genuinely curious to get somebody who agrees on so much to get their perspective on why you vote the way you do with a lot of the same beliefs that we have. I think that's interesting. So it's worth talking about. And that's what I think. That's why I think we ended up with fucking Trump versus Clinton in 2016. Is because a lot of friends will be like, I don't talk politics. Why? Like, why would you not talk about this shit?
And circling it back to what I was trying to say at the beginning. You guys have wildly different picks. The views are fairly close, but wildly different picks than what I've got.
I think that's.
I also think people
And
are
I
being
think that is a fall on the two-party system.
Yeah.
There need to be more in the pot, and it's also a fall on mainstream media.
100%. I
They
think
feed us one against the other nonstop.
we brought up a couple weeks now how me and you have talked before about the George Floyd thing, and when you see the full context of the video, whether you think it's right or wrong, it definitely changes the context. And it's the same thing with, like I said, how the Trump and Kim Jong-un meeting went. It was like, you know, when you hear it one way, you're like, he's being a dick. Kind of like you said, when you hear it from a different point of view, it's kind of like,
See, and
oh. And what was the Kenosha story? When you hear the way that it's spun, of course you're like, that kid had no fucking business being there.
and this is why I hate mainstream media. Because you guys watch Fox, right?
No.
No, hell no.
What do you guys watch?
I don't watch.
Almost nothing.
Okay.
I watch
am
a lot of
trying-
podcasts, but every podcast I watch provides their sources, and I 100% utilize those. I go and check them out.
I watch BBC. And the reason I watch BBC for their global news, they don't have a horse in the race over here. So whenever they're talking about
bullshit.
us, they really don't. What does BBC have to gain from our political
You were
standing?
gone last week. Did you see the Australian Prime Minister mention the New World Order?
No.
We'll dig in next week.
That's some October shit
We're
for
about
you,
to
baby.
dive deep if we learn that.
New
Bro.
World Order.
Real quick, just so for his peace of mind, there was a video
Okay,
of
let's show them the clip.
the Australian Prime Minister.
Oh, show me after.
If you can find it, because I couldn't find it. If you don't get it pulled up in time, we'll show it off air. I'm not going to wait for you to get it. But the Australian Prime Minister, are you aware with what Australia is doing with their COVID lockdown stuff?
Nah.
They're in the...
I'll be honest, I don't give a fuck what any country other than us is doing.
You would think. Okay, like I would typically agree with that statement. What Australia is doing.
Wow, they really took that shit off YouTube, huh?
I had such a hard time finding that last week. I literally had to go to
You can watch our episode.
Crowder's episode where I played it. Oh shit, you're right. Okay, the Australian government is building. What do they call them? What are they calling them? It's not internment camps.
I love YouTube. When they put in Australian Prime Minister New World Order, it says context, Wikipedia, New World Order. The New World Order is a conspiracy theory which hypothesizes a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. It's just a conspiracy theory. It's not like the Australian Prime Minister said on TV, part of the New World Order is this.
Okay, the Australian government. What are they calling them? You
Prime
told me-
Minister.
No. The camps.
Oh, I said they're probably closer to internment camps and concentration camps.
The Australian government is building. I don't remember what they're
Decon
called.
zones or some shit.
They're zones for unvaccinated people to go stay at. Supposedly, it's going to take about 2 years for them to finish. So they're planning 2 years from now. They're still going to be doing this. They're building areas for unvaccinated people to go.
Let's just call them impure.
to go stay at, and every so often, so you have to install an app on your phone. And I'll show you the app on your phone. The police can text you anytime they want. Send us your picture, and you have
It's like a facial recognition.
if you're unvaccinated, you have to text them a picture of yourself at the camp, the zone, wherever you're supposed to be.
Kind of. It's small details, but yeah.
You have to send them a picture of you within
It's not like you send a selfie though.
the impure zone.
They use facial recognition on your phone. Basically, how you unlock your phone and they're like, "Is it you?" And you have to scan your face.
You have to scan that you're where you're supposed to be. Otherwise, they send the police to the location of your phone to arrest you.
The way you were describing it just sounded like an obsessive girlfriend. Like, send me a picture of you right now.
I've known people like that.
Throw my
Yeah.
fucking phone.
They'll come arrest you.
They'll come arrest
If you don't respond within
my
15
phone. My
No,
phone's
he
over
said he
there.
doesn't have a phone.
I
Fuck
don't.
the phone.
Fuck having a phone. Fuck that shit. And I'm vaccinated.
Should you live in a world where you're like, fuck my phone because they'll come arrest me if I have one?
No, but if that's the world that we're gonna
Okay,
be living in,
so-
I'm gonna
so-
throw my phone
so-
away.
My point is, the same Australian government, there's a video of their prime minister, their equivalent to a president, saying, what was it, looking at,
describing how that's gonna look in the New World Order.
yeah, she's like, so we'll see what was it, the COVID passports look
Yeah.
like in the New World Order, and, on a fucking interview. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like in the New World Order. And it's like, excuse the fuck out of me, what did you just say? So, if you think the BBC doesn't have an interest in what the US is doing, bullshit.
I like how we stroll off the New World Order. I haven't seen that.
It's real. 100%.
I played the clip, I had to search for it, I told them. I was like, oh, of course, it's
They
hard to
struggle
find on
on
YouTube.
YouTube.
It's hard to find. But I played the clip, and she doesn't even like, that's not what I meant. Like, she just keeps going. That's cool.
I'm trying to think. Like, I can think of a few ways she could have meant that, But at the same time, like
That's what I literally said that. I'm like, okay,
term.
I tried to think, I'm like, what could you mean where you say New World Order and you don't think New World Order? Who fucking says
you gotta
that
remember,
way?
Okay, hold
remember
on.
English is different.
We gotta say, it's not the Prime Minister. Australian Health Chief.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I was wrong on that, but...
Okay, so then that changes it entirely. For
Does it though? Someone describing the New World Order and saying,
yeah, but
we're going to lock you up if you're not in the fucking camp that you belong in?
the order that the world needs to be in with the current state is the way that could be twisted. With the current virus and everything that's going on, this is the way that things got to be now. The New World Order.
I just got my cashback match.
Yeah, we just, it would work better if we just had a single world government.
It would. We could live in harmony.
You know how earlier we were talking about how our views are the same, why do we disagree? I think we just found where they...
People going back to pubs and stuff, because our exposure sites still, will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening, because they're not at the moment. We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. And yes, it will be pubs and clubs and other things if we have a positive case there. Our response may be different if we know that people are fully vaccinated. So we're working through a number of those
Hold
issues.
the fuck
we
up.
will have to reflect and learn.
Rewind that. Because we were so distracted with the New World Order, did she say our response will be different if they're
Yeah.
fully vaccinated?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if you're sick as long as you're fully vaccinated. Let me get the context of that, because I was so distracted I just now fucking caught that.
No, that's not
I like
how
it.
I took that.
I fucking hope so.
I took it as if you're fully vaccinated and you get sick, their response isn't going to be as fast as if you're not vaccinated, because you've already been vaccinated. Chances are everybody around's been vaccinated. So if you're sick, chances of them getting sick is slim, but the people that haven't been vaccinated probably don't have vaccinated
Good
people
job.
around.
Play it again. Hold that up to the mic. God, I'm just fucking with you, dude.
I'll be right back.
Play that up.
Hang on, I'm going to listen to it one more time.
Put back in place, especially with reopening and people going back to pubs and stuff, because our exposure sites still, will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening, because they're not at the moment. We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. And yes, it will be pubs and clubs and other things if we have a positive case there. Our response may be different if we know that people are fully vaccinated. So we're working through a number of those issues, but we will have to reflect and learn.
If there's an exposure at a pub, the response to the fully vaccinated, that is what you were
They're talking about contact tracing.
Yep.
Tracking
Okay,
down people.
I read that wrong. I heard it wrong the last time, then I hear what you're saying.
Contact
Yeah,
tracing.
that is
Tracking
fine.
people down if they...
That was fucked up. You're right. My bad.
If that doesn't scare the shit out of you, man.
Okay.
Well,
Here's
What?
I don't know.
what
I mean,
the
I don't-
fuck?
Honestly, I've been awake for 20 hours now, but
I'm fucking feel you, dude. We'll wrap this up. Remember how last week we're like, holy shit, this is a record.
I've been awake for 21. How about that?
well, sorry.
Oh, 7 more minutes.
You
We gotta go
paid
7
for
more
it.
minutes.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
We really don't.
You know
We
what
can
we're
set
at?
this record on a conspiracy.
You know what 7 minutes is?
4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
We have to.
No, we did not.
7 minutes.
Save our record for a good episode.
Listen, what I was gonna
What's wrong
say
with this episode? I was
is-
in this one.
I'm not at all trying to bash him. Is it like, oh, he's wrong all the time? Because I'm not so naive as to think that we're always right. But I swear to God, I thought earlier when he was like, when we were talking about the Kim Jong-un thing, it's like, okay, like, it almost seems like a plant. We're gonna have this guy who pretends to disagree with us, so you're just gonna be like, yeah. Almost like the generals are to the Harlem Globetrotters. It's like, oh shoot, you got me. He really does think.
They want
the
to
way he
get every
thinks.
now and then.
No, I really wasn't trying to be like super quiet. I honestly don't. I'm so uninformed about this. I'm very.
I made
Pissing
it
me off.
when I came back from the bathroom break, and I was like, so tell me about your car. It's because when I was gone, I was like, we really just fucking left him in the dust, and I feel bad.
Well,
So, no,
I
you're-
think it's interesting listening anyway. Like, I mean,
Well, we talked when you talked about coming on. I was like, I even told Corey right before. So we came over here and we left again to go get you. And when we were here, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to have him on camera or if I'm just going to sit him in the corner to listen. And then I was like, sitting in the corner listening's boring. At least give you the chance to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, hopefully it's been somewhat fun for you to.
That was something that would take me a few years ago and put me on some real shit.
I'm telling you.
At least let me be part of the conversation.
That's what this is. We all get to talk now.
What, just kind of relaxing conversation?
Contact tracing in the world order.
Just in case you go back and watch. I told them we got to keep it going for after 5 more minutes. We'll be at 4 hours.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So
Nobody's gonna watch all 4 hours.
But I told them, I was like, just in case you sit and watch yourself until 3 hours and 55 minutes, I just told them, I was like, I don't want it to seem like you're like a plant. Because a couple times you're like, okay, good point. I'm like, I told him, I was like, it's going to seem like we have this guy on who pretends to disagree with us. And he's like, ah, shit, you win. I was like, kind of like the Harlem Globetrotters have the Generals, the team they always beat. Like, we're going to have this guy on who pretends to disagree with us. And he's like, ah, shit, good point.
No, I could be wrong about the Benghazi thing. I don't know. It was I was so young when that was going on. I could be misremembering that too.
It was a clusterfuck. I don't know what you guys. I think that's
Hillary
why
Clinton was
gone.
a big fucker in that one.
Yeah, that was more her than Obama. And the fact, okay, she wanted to be president so bad, and she wanted to be something so bad. The fact that she just disappeared afterwards, like when he won a second term, and she was like, nah, that was for a reason. That's resigning without resigning.
I remember when the election was going on, one of my teachers was like, she was saying how there's never been like a female president, and they're like, except for this year, now there will be. Like, she just, like, it was like a year before the election.
She's not smart.
It was in 4th grade. So,
I'm gonna go visit your
6
4th grade
years ago.
teacher and be like, psych.
But it was 2 years before the election even happened, and she was already saying that she.
Go tell her to vote for Tulsi Gabbard in 2024.
I think I would.
I would.
So, what?
I would vote for a bipartisan party that had any decent conservative. I don't care if they're Republican,
I'll vote for less
libertarian,
things.
whatever. Any kind of conservative with Tulsi Gabbard on it. Because she's like you. Like considers herself a Democrat. And Democrat. Considers herself a Democrat. But generally agrees with the same principles that we do. Like, it's like we may disagree with the means to get there, but she believes in the same values and philosophies.
Hey, man, what's her name's dress? I agree with 100%.
Don't get me started on the squad again, bro.
Oh.
I
I got
do
in
think
trouble last week.
I do think it was kind of messed up that she wore a dress that said "Tax the Rich" to a gala that cost $30.
Also, she's the rich.
To get into.
Did you see that the company who made the dress is like $30,000 over
$150,000.
that much?
Yeah.
They're overdue on taxes. They haven't even paid theirs.
$50,000 back taxes.
That's another thing. That was so bad. It's not even news. I purposely didn't even bring that up because what a fucking joke. Like she doesn't even deserve the attention. Fuck off.
What's her name again? It's Concesa, right?
Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh,
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Ocasio.
Nina Pentasanta.
You know, yeah.
AOC, right?
Our old monitor.
Hey, there you go.
Brand is AOC. our computer monitor is AOC. I couldn't decide if I was going to bring a TV up or this computer monitor to hang up on the wall. Like, if we hang this up, like I'm scratching through that shit. Like we could have some fun with it. Rather than use black to cover it, I was going to use like red just to be clear that we were. Fuck off.
No.
Oh God. She's such a joke. It's like I said, it was really not even worth mentioning.
The fact that her and Ilhan Omar win elections is absolutely bone chilling.
There's no competition.
It's
Who
real.
was it that fucking said it? Pelosi said that for her and AOC and people like that, there's no competition in their districts. Like, no one's
And I kind of think that we need to run.
Yeah.
I mean, this next election, we might not be able to. We might not. But we're definitely not going to be held on.
We need money.
But, no, you don't need money to run. We could run. It'd be a small campaign, but we could run. The problem is, hello viewers, we've said some pretty fucked up shit.
Have we though?
Nothing as stupid as
We've said some things that can be construed as fucked up, but I don't think we've actually said anything fucked up.
And we've come back and we've explained what we meant.
We haven't retweeted anybody that's like super anti-Semitic saying that the Jews are the cockroaches of the modern world and need to be exterminated or anything like that, right?
Well, except for now.
Like Ilhan Omar?
Oh.
No, he didn't.
4
Yeah,
hours,
she did.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yay.
Farrakhan. She's a big fan of his. He's allowed to be on Twitter, though.
There's a guy that I thought about having on. He's running for something, some local office.
Same guy that you took all those pictures for a few years back?
No.
Nah.
Did we go to high school with this guy?
I don't know. He came to me about doing some apparel for him, like some promotional, like hats and stuff.
How old is this guy?
I think about our age. We'll talk.
Yeah.
I might reach out to him. I'm curious. I really don't.
If it's who I think it is, I won't be on. I fucking hate that guy.
We'll talk about it. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same person or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought about asking him because I really don't know everything that he thinks. I'd be curious to know.
Yeah. But no, if we decide that we want to put in and try to run a small campaign to try to get, even if we can get like councilmen, something like that, just to get our feet wet and then work our way up the ladder from there, let's do it. If we can get to the top.
What's the top?
What do you think the top is?
I don't think at this point I would ever long for anything more than like state. Well, I sound like Caleb. Like we was talking about like the professionals are pretty good. I don't think I'd like to go past governor, but really, like I would never in my life wish upon myself or anyone I know being president.
Really?
No, not a fucking chance. The episode where we were on, where I was like, I think we need to just split the fuck up. And I think I was talking about that movie Lincoln. The fucking personal turmoil he went through trying to keep the Union intact. How could I ever try to be something like a president if my thought was that we need to split the fuck up?
And
you know what I'm saying?
And here's where I'm actually surprised that you're saying that, because I remember a time when I was on that we need to split up and do away with the presidency and have a council, and to which you replied, how about instead of 5 we have 50?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want to be, one of the 50. That's how I would ever want to be, one of the 50.
The government needs to just control the military and currency. That'd be it. And states govern themselves.
He's not a Democrat, bro. 150%. I agree. Leave states the fuck alone.
Hey, I'm a Democrat. I'm not a liberal.
I don't even know that a Democrat
exists.
I could be wrong. If you're out there, you're a unicorn, please reach out to us. We'd love to talk to you. We put the last one on our fucking show. But a Democrat that's not a liberal, I would love to see, because that's the thing, is I feel like so many people have gotten so extremist. I don't know what a Democrat that's not a super liberal even looks like anymore.
See, and my dad, I think, is falling to the liberal side. At least
because you have to. They're dragging you that way.
At least in the anti-gun aspect. He used to be all for guns. After Missouri changed their law to where it pretty much nullified federal gun laws, he went, no, this is bullshit. And at this point, people that shouldn't carry are carrying, and that ain't right. And it pissed him off to the point where he's not anti-gun, but he's definitely not as pro-gun as he once was. But he still considers himself a Democrat, not a liberal.
We'll kind of wrap it up with this example. I heard someone talking about outside when we were off air. We were talking about kind of what the legal age should be. How there should probably just be one legal age for everything: driving, drinking, smoking, military, everything. Voting. You're an adult. Do what you want. Someone brought up the point that it's funny that at 16 years old, people trust you to get behind the wheel of a 3,000 pound steel horsepower machine and drive it around. And because we're all used to driving, we don't even think about or worry about the fact that somebody could just yank the wheel in oncoming traffic and kill us at any fucking time. And as far as responsible people carrying weapons, that's how I look at it. The same thing. Someone could yank the wheel at me anytime they wanted. There's not really shit I can do about it. I look at it the same way as people carrying. Are there people driving that probably shouldn't be driving? Yeah. I mean, there's some, and do I like it? No. I mean, yeah, you should probably not let the people who shouldn't be driving drive, but there definitely are some. And I think it's kind of the same way. Is I don't worry about every person having a gun on them, because most, not even, I don't even, it feels like an understatement to say most. 99.999% of the people carrying a gun on them are not gonna just randomly decide to shoot me or anyone else. It's the same thing as driving. If someone's just, you're in control of something that could easily hurt anyone around you at will. You could choose to point your 3 tons of steel at anyone you wanted. You don't do it. I think it's the same thing with carrying a gun. So, I mean, again, am I against criminals and violent offenders carrying guns? Yeah, it's people who I think have lost that right. Rights are there to lose, not to earn. They're not granted. That's one of the phrases I hate is powers granted to you by the government. They're not granted to you, they're recognized. That's a natural right that you have that is recognized by the government. They say, we understand you have this right.
Natural right to have something unnatural.
To protect yourself.
But
a natural right to protect yourself.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I get that.
That's like I was on the plane. Like, you right. You have a natural right to protect yourself. And like I talked about, again, I haven't posted it last week. I was like, why do you care what those means are? It doesn't matter. I have a right to protect myself. It's not anyone's business how I do that. So you have a natural right to protect yourself. Basically, my point is I don't drive down the road worried about someone random just deciding to hit me head on. I don't worry about someone carrying a gun just deciding to pull it out and shoot me for no reason. Like, it's just not a concern that I have. You know, I don't think anyone should have, and I think a lot of people do. And yeah, do I want someone suicidal and like the Eminem song "Stan" who's just gonna run off a bridge? Do I want them driving? No. Like, yeah, there's some people who probably shouldn't have a gun, but it's a rare case, and yeah, in a perfect world you would catch it, but it's just not something that's a rational fear to just always have about people who have the right to do it and do it every day, and it's no problem. So.
Sorry, I just had to find the Louis Farrakhan tweet to make sure I wasn't misquoted.
What was it?
He was being accused of being anti-Semitic, and he said, "I'm not an anti-Semite, I'm anti-termite." He's the leader of the Nation of Islam.
Speaking of fucking Hitler.
Oh, yes. That dude is the closest belief system to Hitler that I know of.
And you said that was a tweet?
Yeah.
So he's on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry. After they banned Trump, tried to the first time, people were like, okay, if you're banning Trump, then how is that okay? And they're like, okay, we're not going to ban him, but we'd like him to delete that tweet.
And he said no.
I don't know if he ever deleted it or not. The first article I read wouldn't even, like, normally they always take a screenshot of the tweet and show you exactly what he said. They wouldn't say it in that article. So I had to, like, click on 3 different articles to find the actual tweet.
Weird.
But yeah, that's Ilhan Omar. That's, like, a dude that she
retweeted that?
I don't know if she retweeted it, but she's, like, a fan of his.
Okay.
He tweets anti-Semitic, or it's, like, homophobic shit all the time. But he's not a Christian, so it's
about
fine.
homophobes.
Huh?
95% of the time they're gay.
I'm gonna end this episode with a bang. I saw a meme the other day and it said, "Homophobe? You think I'm scared?"
Scared I might like it.
Oh.
You're coming to my house. So
All right.
I
Any closing
Call
thoughts?
me.
You had yours. You're scared you might like it.
Huh?
Anything you want to
I was
close?
just quoting the meme.
What was it?
You gonna make me close out on a 4-hour
You haven't
episode
seen that
and
meme?
I'm scared I might like it.
Dude screaming. You're coming to my house, suck my dick, and call me gay. What the fuck? You haven't seen that?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh man,
I missed everything.
This is a really weird way to end this podcast.
bro, it is
I'm
1:50
scared I might like it. Come in my house and call me gay.
Oh,
What you got there, Kate? Damn it.
Yeah,
Caleb.
right.
here it is.
Nothing.
Come to my house! Suck my dick! They call me gay!
My house, suck my dick, and call me gay.
Yeah, it's time to go to sleep.
You're
It's
welcome
fine.
for journalism, by the way.
This is a world-class podcast.
Yeah, it is.
You want to shout out your social media for your racing and stuff?
I don't know if he
Yeah.
wants to plug it on this.
He's like, fuck that. Nope.
He's like, yeah, probably not.
He's like, yeah, I just go by FNG. Don't worry about me.
If you do want to find it though, you could find it on Facebook at S6 Racing. And it should just come up with like a red, white, and blue logo. I think we post every single weekend that we race, but we probably won't for a while because it's close to the off season. So
Yeah, it's got the
that's all I have.
it's got like a S6 red, white, and blue logo with a skull on it.
You give your boy some money.
Kind of Punisher looking. Yeah, we need to buy a car. So,
Got that Mustang too still.
ooh,
You have a Mustang too.
donate some money. We'll get it hooked up.
Let's start a GoFundMe.
If you donate $100 or more towards a car, we will put your name on the car. Is that pretty cool? On the trunk.
Unless we start getting a lot, then we're not putting it.
No.
Yeah, or if someone just throws 50 grand at it, then fuck your $100.
So, donate $100 or more, we'll put your name on the car, and it's gonna be a $50 sticker.
Nah, I got the hookup.
You got the hooker.
Just get one big sticker.
Just write it on there with Sharpie.
It is cool. They do post live videos of the racing week every time. It is cool. It's one of the few Facebook notifications that pop up for me. I check it out every time. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
post live videos of the races. Your guys,
Races, not racist.
neither one of you guys
Yeah.
really use
I'm
social.
not a racist, by the way, too.
He's a racer, not a racist. All right.
So, have you become master of the race yet?
No, not yet. I'm only third in points, so
So you're not a master racist.
no. Oh,
Alright.
racist? No, what?
He's like, no, I'm a master racist. Third place racist.
Massively racist. God almighty. All right.
That's just a joke.
Yep. All right.
We're not Louis Farrakhan.
Holy shit, we're over 4 hours. So if you're still here, you've probably.
This dude's acting fucking surprised. We wanted to call it 20 minutes.
No.
We're like,
I
keep
wanted
going.
to. My point is, if you're still here, you've already liked, shared, subscribed.
You know what you're doing is you're just killing
Might
us
as
for the
well.
conspiracy episodes because those are going to be, each one's going to be longest episode.
You think?
Yeah, he's on.
Those are gonna be long as fuck.
Oh, I look so full.
I would do one of them, then I can't do all
Much.
That's
I
fair,
still-
especially after this experience.
I still think either Saturday or Sunday for Halloween, we do a
I'd like
live
to do
Twitch
it.
stream.
That'd be
Ooh,
super
live.
Doing creepy.
I said
the
Facebook.
creepypasta
Screw it.
stuff.
Put it out here. Let's go Facebook.
Twitch is way better than
Then
Facebook.
it's gonna be everybody that we know.
Por qué no las dos?
No, Facebook Live.
Just
sucks.
do it on both.
I'm old though.
Actually, we can. We can do Twitch and Facebook.
We'll decide.
You can run Facebook. I'll run the Twitch.
Again, if you see this shit and you're commenting still, let us know. Facebook or Twitch.
Even if you're angry, if you stayed this long, you're angry enough to be heard.
Like, dude, you're a piece of shit. More people would be mad on Facebook. Put it there. All right.
Then we'll get the conversation rolling.
Like, share, subscribe. Merchandise at archcitythreads.com/Kryptik.
Oh,
This is
you can buy S6 merch there too.
S6 merch also on Arch City Threads. Good call.
And Mars Gaming.
He's right. And Mars Gaming. Holy God. We need to get you some merch. You're the only one here without a store.
I'll think of something.
We'll work it. All right, guys. Thanks for sticking around for the marathon. We'll be back.
Fucking tired.